Well, the toss took place a few minutes ago. It was won by Ricky Ponting.
I'm going to have a bowl this morning. Quite overcast in the morning, and I believe it's going to be that way for most of the day today. Wicket looks okay. There should still be a little bit of moisture there, so hopefully our bowlers can exploit some of that movement this morning.
But not Glenn McGrath now. What's happened there?
Yeah, he's just rolled his ankle in a warm-up, unfortunately, and it doesn't look too good for him at the moment. So we're just going to have to check him out through the course of the day and see how he pulls up. But Michael Kasparowicz comes back into the side. He bowled beautifully in the tour game through the week down at Worcester, and I'm sure he'll do a good job for us again today.
Was it one of those injuries that the old timers will say, "God, they're mad throwing those balls around," and Dave used to go up and just loosen up a little bit, and that this sort of accident was bound to happen sometime?
I think he tried on a cricket ball. Actually, that can't be helped. We've got fielding drills and apparatus set up all over the place, and accidents happen in this game, as we know. So bad luck for him, but I'm sure the rest of the guys will put their hand up and do a good job.
And quietly confident, I guess, sums you up, is it?
Oh, look, we know that if we perform at a certain level, then we'll be competitive. That's all we've got to worry about. We've just got to get out there and do the basics of the game well, and if we do that with our talent, we should be right in the contest.
Good luck, Ricky. Thanks. So let's move on to Michael. So you're batting first. What would you have done if you won the toss, Michael?
No, we were going to have a bat anyway, so we're each doing what we wanted to do. It's there's obviously going to be a little bit in it because it's a little bit damp, but it's not a lot of grass there, so over the few days, and it's good forecast come Friday afternoon right through to the weekend. So Edgbaston wicket last year deteriorated, so hopefully this one will do the same.
We just heard Ricky Ponting telling us about Glenn McGrath is out. You're still smiling.
Well, it's obviously disappointing for Glenn McGrath. He's a world-class performer. The sniper tried to get me at Edgbaston on Tuesday, and I've recovered, but if you receive something like that on the morning of the game, it's disappointing. Unlucky for him, but we're just trying to look after our own performance.
And what particularly are you looking to improve since Lord's, Michael?
Well, I thought we started very, very well. In the first day and a half I thought we were good, and then Australia got on top of us, and we just let it slip on Saturday morning in the field a little bit. We created opportunities in the field, which is a huge positive. They bowled extremely well on the wicket. We've just got to improve all our areas by about 20%. If we can do that, we can put them under a lot of pressure this week.
And no change to the batting order? Bell 4, Peterson 5?
Yeah, exactly the same batting order, same team, so hopefully a little bit of a better performance, but let's go out and enjoy the game.
Better luck. Good luck to you, Uncle.
Thank you.
So Michael Vaughan talking to me a few minutes ago. Glenn McGrath out of the game. That really is the hot news here on a rather chilly morning at Edgbaston. It's overcast. Mike Selvey and I are standing out here just 20 metres or so away from the pitch with a good crowd coming in. And Michael, that really is extraordinary news, isn't it? It's normally England who have a fast bowler carried off in a wheelbarrow just before the start of a game.
Very English thing to do, isn't it? 2 weeks too late, I think, actually. It's unfortunate. Of course, it's unfortunate for Australia. It's unfortunate for the series. I don't think they'll miss him quite as much here as they would have done at Lord's, where he's a very, very special bowler. The fellow that's come in I reckon is going to be an ideal bowler for these conditions, which is going to be a little bit slower than Lord's. I think you're going to need bowlers who are a little bit on the side of fullness in length rather than back of a length, and I think he's that kind of bowler. And may inadvertently have actually hit on quite a good combination.
The umpires are coming up past us. Billy Bowden, good morning, Billy. A little wave there, thank you. And Rudy Kurtzen, good to see them here. And the players who are coming out in a moment. That toss is interesting, isn't it? And that Michael Vaughan said he'd have batted first anyway. Yeah,
I'm in agreement with him too. I don't think batting will be easy first up. It's still a bit overcast. The sun's trying to break through. It's a bit chilly. The pitch has greened up a little bit, but there's hardly any grass on it. It might dent a little bit. It'll be uneven later on in the match. I think they've got to be prepared to guts it out until lunch, maybe. A little bit of early dampness, a little bit of early movement, and get the benefits of that later on.
Well, the Australians are being led out right behind us here. Michael, Ricky Ponting, who won the toss today. He has no Glenn McGrath on his side, but out he goes, running past us now with Adam Gilchrist in hot pursuit. And they look very fired up, the Australians, certainly quietly confident. We heard from Ricky Ponting yesterday. Now there's Michael Kasparowicz, who only an hour or so ago, I imagine, thought that he was carrying the drinks. While they go past us, and here come England's openers too, Andrew Strauss and Marcus Trescothick. Let's quickly go over to John Ketley in the Weather Centre and see what we can expect over the next few days. John?
Yes, morning, Agus. Well, obviously it looks like a pretty decent morning to be bowling, you would think, but as Mike Selvey just said then, there is some hope of some brightness coming through, I think, for a time this morning. Certainly the morning will be the brightest part of the day. You may not think so at the moment. It's hardly high summer. Temperature's 16 degrees and probably 19 will just about sum it up this afternoon. The bad news is really for anybody at Edgbaston today is that the cloud will thicken again in the latter part of the afternoon, and certainly for this evening I think there will be some sprinkles of rain coming across. So I really wouldn't expect a full day's play today, but no great weight of rain. Most of the heavy rain at the moment is stuck over Ireland, and let's hope it remains over there as well. But there will be some sprinkles of rain in the second half of the day, and then some wetter weather coming through tonight, Agus. So I think that rain is going to possibly delay things first thing tomorrow morning, but once that's gone I'm quite hopeful for the rest of the match. that we'll see a fair amount of dry and bright weather. Never particularly warm, I've got to say. Temperatures might just about reach 21 degrees, but I think most of the rain will be in the first 24 hours.
Lovely, thanks John very much indeed for that encouraging forecast. I'll leave the field. The players are all out there now with I see Brett Lee loosening up to bowl the first over. Australia having won the toss and put England into bat. They're without Glenn McGrath, who twisted his ankle. He's in hospital having a precautionary x-ray at the moment, and let's hope that news isn't too bad, but he is definitely out of this test match. So we're all set, and an excellent crowd in their seats, and in his seat already in the commentary box it's Henry Blofeld. Morning, Blowers.
Good morning, everything. Good morning, listeners everywhere. Well, it's, as you've heard, slightly overcast, but I think the clouds have drifted away a bit since we've got here. A big blow for Australia losing Glenn McGrath like that. One unlucky thing to happen. And I have sitting beside me a former Australian fast bowler, Jeff Lawson, known as Henry, after Henry Lawson, the Australian poet. Good morning, everything.
Good morning, Henry.
It's Henry to Henry, so I hope that's not going to confuse listeners. It may very well do. But we don't talk with quite the same accent, so maybe it'll give you a hint.
Similar, but not exactly the same.
Similar, but not exact. Absolutely right. Well, it's going to be Trescothick who's going to face the first ball, as always. And Brett Lee, who's a bundle of energy. He's dancing around like, I don't know quite like a what, like a dervish at this end. And he's going to start his run in the coloured slogan of the sponsors of this match, or the sponsors of all the matches. And here is the first ball. 3 steps to Gully and a short leg. They go down, and Lee's on his way in now. He's there, both to Trescothick. Oh, that must be a wide. It is. And Gilchrist took it way between first and second slip, between Hayden and Ponting, and umpire Rudy Kurtzen turned round very rapidly and stretched out his arms. That was a loosener of all looseners, wasn't it?
Well, it was generally a wide. It almost, as you said, went to second slip, and it didn't swing, and maybe... We've talked about this pitch a little bit, maybe a fraction damp. The front foot might have slipped a bit, but a nervous one. You said plenty of nervous energy out there, and that was certainly apparent with that delivery.
And here's Lee again. He's in up till he bowls for Trescothick. Short outside the off stump. Again, very wide, but not wide enough to be called a wide. And through it goes there to Gilchrist. Trescothick now comes cavorting down the pitch like one of those hills that hopped in the psalm, and gives it a prod. I think we'll see a certain amount of prodding. From here, there's a slight green tinge, isn't there?
It certainly does look green, and it was interesting Mike Selby's assessment of the pitch, saying definitely green, and as I say, that's visibly from our commentary box, but he said not a lot of grass out there, so if England can get through this new ball, there may be conditions to plunder some runs.
Lee is in again now, bowls outside the off stump, a long way outside. Trescothick gratefully leaves it alone, and threw it once more to Gilchrist. We've got 3 slips to Gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, forward short leg, and a fine leg. That is the Australian field. Ponting, of course, winning the toss this morning, putting England into bat. And as Australia have gone into this match with the psychological advantage from their massive victory at Lord's, it seems to me that this is a perfectly logical thing to have done on a morning which could very well give the bowlers some assistance. And Lee again prancing in now. He's up to the wicket. He bowls to Trescothick way outside the off stump again. He can't get his radar right. The natural angle of delivery, right arm over to the left-hander, taking it across the face of the left-hander through there to Adam Gilchrist, who as always seems to be faultless, fast and faultless behind the stumps. We've got a dirigible or a balloon. Someone will write in and say it isn't a dirigible, it's a great blue thing with white fins at the far end of the ground, almost over the scoreboard, advertising something or other. We've got a cherry picker over there to the left, supporting a cameraman, the elevated cameraman. Lee is in, bowls to Trescothick, who comes forward at the place, then deliberately inside the line. And again, it goes through the angle, taking the ball across the face of the left-hander. It goes through to Gilchrist. Umpire Rudy Kurtzen comes down the pitch. He's got rather a curious effect. Brett Lee's sweater, sleeveless sweater, Rudy Kurtzen has tucked into the back of his trousers, and it's a very long sleeveless sweater, and it comes down almost to his, not much above his heels, so it gives him the look of a chap with a very, very long and rather curious tail. Lee again with the white sweatband round his left wrist. He's in now. He bows to Trescothick outside the off stump. That was a fuller length. Trescothick may just for a moment thought about driving, but that's not the sort of shot that Trescothick would want to play early on. footwork is always his problem, isn't it, in the early overs?
Well, it is, and it's been highlighted by the Australians that they will attack him with that sort of delivery. And as you said, Henry, every ball's going across in towards those slips, but nothing swinging back. And we would expect to see a bit of swing. It looks like a good bowling morning, but nothing coming back into the left-hander from Lee at the moment. It's all drifting across.
Well, here comes Lee once more, up to the wicket. He's there now, he bowls, and Trescothick comes forward driving down there to mid-off, and there is no run. That was the first one on which Trescothick in that over had to lay a bat. It was the last ball of the over, so Australia have got away with, well, not a maiden over, it was that first wide off the first ball, but a runless over as far as the bat's concerned. One for no wicket, England. They were put into bat. Trescothick and Strauss both yet not off the mark.
And it was very much a loosening over from Brett Lee. Not a lot of bustle in the run-up and not a lot of pace. He didn't get anything up above about the 88 mile an hour mark, which is about 137 kilometres an hour for our listeners in Australia. About not too much carry in this pitch either. Gilchrist took nearly every ball down below his knees and very close to the ankles. And it might be green and a bit moist after the rain that got on it a few days ago, but not a lot of pace in this pitch at all. And not a very impressive over from Brett Lee.
No, it wasn't. It was the radar was very much off course. Well, it's going to be Jason Gillespie who's going to take the place of Glenn McGrath and start things off from the far end, the city end, the RAS Wyatt stand end, I suppose one should officially call it, here at Edgbaston. Edgbaston's looking neat, looking tidy, and the crowd packing themselves in very quickly. And we're ready. 3 steps to Gully, forward short leg, and here's Gillespie. Up to the wicket, into Strauss, and Strauss is... It's one of those ones, it's difficult to say whether he played at it or whether he played deliberately inside the line. More often than not, I always feel on those occasions the batsman actually plays at it and takes his bat away with a feeling of guilt, a rush of guilt afterwards.
Well, speaking as a former bowler, I'd say he played at it. But
I agree with you.
A lot of former batsmen would say he withdrew the bat. It wasn't a bad start from Gillespie in any case.
Well, no, Gillespie's been out of form at the start of the tour, but gradually been feeling his way back. And here he is, past umpire Bowden. He's in now, he bowls. Strauss comes forward. That was a good ball just outside the off stump. It had Strauss in two minds, really. He came forward, then at the very last moment decided to leave it alone, took his bat out of the way, and it went through there to Adam Gilchrist. People wandering around, finding their seats, walking quite vigorously, making sure that they can get seated as quick as possible so as not to be in the way of those sitting behind them while they're standing, and also so that they can view all that's going on. A lot of Australian supporters at the far end of the ground, all in yellow. As Gillespie comes in now, bowls Strauss outside the off stump, no stroke there, and Gillespie goes across and takes. All the Australian supporters at the top of the RAS Wyatt stand, I think they've got something to do with Merv Hughes, haven't they? Aren't they all his lot? And you too.
Australian sports tours. I told them to tune into 198. Test match special. They all had their radios going, so hopefully they're all over there listening. And it's good to see the green and gold out there supporting the Aussies. There's lots of them on tour. They've been looking forward to this test match.
A very good morning to them all, and I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Here is Gillespie in now. He bowls to Strauss. Strauss is forward and runs that away, but the first run's off the bat. The third man for 4. He came forward, played it late, it went along the ground, and Billy Bowden exercises himself with his first extravagant signal of the match. And Strauss is underway with 4. England now 5 for no wicket. And he came forward to that, and it seemed to me that he was off the face of an angled bat. It was reasonably well controlled.
It did look controlled, but it was a defensive bat. He wasn't trying to run it too much, and Ponting is now at third slip. Moved just a step wider to his left where that ball went. And
it's Gillespie again in, and Strauss from the crease really just pushes that out onto the offside. Clark comes in from cover point and fields, returns very quickly to Gilchrist, who then throws the ball to Katic for a square short leg, and it finds its way back via mid-on to the bowler. And Lee there at mid-on. And Gillespie walking back to the far end of the ground. Great swathe of empty white seats behind him, which really do duty as the sight screen. And here comes Gillespie in again. Bowles who plays at that, I'm sure. And it's the end of the over. The Australians close to the wicket, goes sprinting up to the other end. A good first over from Gillespie, producing that one boundary. And at the end of it, England, who were put into bat here this morning, 5 for no wicket. Strauss has 4. Scothic's not yet off the mark. The dirigible gives just a little tweak of its tail. And, well, the first 2 overs of a test match are always nerve-wracking, aren't they?
They were, but a better over from Gillespie than we saw from Lee. The ball was around about off stump, and Gillespie did move the ball back into the left-handers, and we're lucky with that dirigible, that was a barrage balloon or whatever it is, that tells us which way the wind's going, and it's the right breeze for Gillespie to bowl into the left-handers, but Lee hasn't got the swing breeze back in when he's at the other end, so the breeze coming straight across the ground, and I say a big balloon up there, we can see it drifting on its rope, and it tells us that the breeze is right for Gillespie's outswing, but not necessary for Lee's.
Well, it's Lee now in, bowls from Scothic's forward, driving, that goes through the covers for 4. It's a lovely stroke. It was well up, Scothik got right behind it, there was footwork there, and Hayden chased it back, and there was nothing he could do, Martin rather chased it back, nothing he could do, and 4 runs. So 9 for no wicket, and both batsmen now 4 apiece.
And Lee pitching up to try and get that swing and movement, as you must do with the new ball, and on slow pitches as well, but really delightful shot, and an effortless shot from Marcus Trescothick. That will give him a great deal of confidence, just getting off the mark with a lovely stroke.
It certainly will. Here's Lee again, into him, he comes forward, and there's lots of shouting out there. There was a perfectly safe stroke. He just rolled it back from the offside. Lee, with the help of his boot, deflected the ball sideways, and it was picked up there at mid-on. And Bill Frendel hands me a note. The balloon, we're going to get some averages. The balloon has a TV camera on board. Oh, it does it? That's interesting. And there's something sort of hanging down just below it. Is that the camera?
That's right, and at Lord's it's parked in Regent's Park in the morning. That's why I've seen it's got its balloon. I'll go walk past it sometimes.
There we are. Here comes Lee in again to Trescothick, well wide of the off stump. Off course that time, and it's Gilchrist scooting across in front of Shane Warne at first slip, who fields. And so there is no run.
Must be a very small cameraman up there, though.
I think he's one of these automatic jobs.
Oh, I see.
I think so.
Just as well.
Is it?
There's a real live cameraman on the cherry picker, the dark blue cherry picker, behind the stand, who will try it diagonally across to our left. It's not as the highest of cherry pickers, but still it's quite a long way up. And Lee it is, on his way in now, bowls to Trescothick. Trescothick just plays that from the crease, the ball on about middle and leg stumps, pushing it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So England 9 for no wicket. They were put into bat this morning. Strauss and Trescothick have both off the mark with a boundary apiece. Strauss is being sliding one past third slip, and Trescothick earlier this over coming onto the front foot and playing a lovely extra cover drive, which went over the boundary rope away to our right. The members' balcony in front of us filling up. Martin Johnson, the old England rugby captain, is one of the spectators there. And here's Lee in. Bowls to Scothik. Scothik drives again. This is 4 more. A little bit squarer, that one. A lovely shot. It goes bobbling over the rather substantial rope. And one of the white trousered dress for cricket ball boys comes running out to pick the ball up and gives it back to the Australian fielders. So that's the second good stroke of the over from Trescothick. He's 8 now, and it's 13 for no wicket, and another half volley for him, rather asking for it.
Well, it was, but once again, Lee's must pitch up with this new ball, but well treated. I'm surprised mid-off doesn't sneak a bit well as I speak. Martin does go a bit to his right, but 2 very well-controlled shots from Trescothick.
Lee again in, both Trescothick. Trolley's forward, driving, that's 4 more. And that's a splendid stroke. That's gone through the covers. The ball boy fields again with Lee. Throws a line, got a good arm too. He throws that one back to Martin. And that's 3 fours in the over to Trescothick. He goes to 12, and that's the Trescothick of old. The Trescothick that the Englishmen at any rate like to know and love. 17 for no wicket. Strauss at the other end has 4. And now 3 overs have gone.
3 absolutely delightful drives, and I think you're right, Henry. That's the Trescothick we're used to seeing playing that particular shot. And when McGrath bowls to him, he doesn't play that shot very often because McGrath comes from much higher, bowls at a shorter length. He's pitching right up. He's a sliding bowler. He needs to get that movement, and that makes driving become a lot easier. And Trescothick put those away with consummate ease, and I like to see Lee use the crease a bit and get that angle going a bit more, because he's helping Trescothick by getting close to the stumps and bowling wicket to wicket.
And here's Gillespie starting at his second over. He's in now to Strauss. He bowls. Strauss is forward, running that quite quickly down wide of third slip, and it's Hayden the gully there who fields.
I mean, and one wonders what sort of confidence boost McGrath's accident has brought England. I mean, it must bring some. I mean, Vaughan was quite apologetic almost in his comments at the toss, saying, well, yes, we'll McGrath's a quality performer and he'll be missed, but you've got to believe as an England player that you'll be much better off with McGrath not out there bowling.
And it's Gillespie again into Strauss. Strauss a little bit hurried to start with, but played that from the crease quite solidly, down there to mid-off, and there is no run. The pitch, in early indications, Henry?
Well, it seems to be playing quite well. There's very little sideways movement, not much swing before it does hit the pitch for a start, and hardly a ball's moved off the seam so far, and it's very slow. So not too many demons at the moment in the pitch at all, and Ponting may be already just reviewing his decision to send England in.
That's the fascination of the game. Gillespie in, Bolstrut. Oh, it's in there. Oh, he's been dropped there by Warne at first slip. It looked as though it went low to Warne's left. He got a hand under it. He couldn't hold on. It was his wrong hand. Just for a moment, it looked as though he'd caught that. Strauss nibbled at it, rather as he did to McGrath at Lord's when Warne took the catch. But this time it got away, so England have had just a bit of luck, an important bit of luck early on. It was a good ball. Strauss felt for it, and Warne, it was a very difficult catch, and he couldn't quite hang on to it. Well, what drama. And Gillespie it is again. The close fielders go down. And here he is into Strauss. He bowls. Strauss comes forward, drives. And that goes down there to mid-off. Martin picks up and returns to Gilchrist. And for a moment, Strauss looked as though he was going to go for a single, but it was not on. He didn't really time that. But that was a blow for Australia.
Yeah, well, it was a tough chance. It was low left, and Warne got a full hand to it. It didn't quite stick. And those ones on your less preferred hand, you love those to stick. And it also puts a bit more pressure back on Gillespie. We know he's been the lesser of the Australian bowlers under pressure for his position, and he has a chance to go down early.
Gillespie in, bowls out to Strauss outside the off stump. Not very far outside, but Strauss, like all good batsmen, knows exactly where his off stump is and leaves it alone. And again, it goes through to Gilchrist.
And of course, Gillespie didn't take a wicket at Lord's in the first test. The others were absolutely outstanding. And we've talked about the boost to Trescothick's confidence as he hits away a boundary. Well, an early wicket for Gillespie would have been just what the doctor ordered, because he's now been thrust into the strike bowler's position. After being support staff at Lord's, he's now out there opening the bowling.
A lot of psychological battles going on, aren't there? Here is Gillespie again, into Strauss forward. That time I think he did play deliberately inside the line. Taken by Gilchrist, the end of the over, the fourth over of the innings. England were put into bat this morning when Ponting won the toss. They are now 17 for no wicket. All the runs off the bat have come in boundaries, 12 to Trescothick and 4 to Strauss.
And well bowled Gillespie, unlucky, but he's got the line right. Little bit of movement. That one that Strauss just left him a fraction, but certainly no extravagant movement out there. It looks like a reasonable first morning pitch, and you've got to think that every catch must be taken, as England had to do at Lord's and didn't do. But on this slow pitch, that you've got to take those opportunities, and maybe the slips are standing a little too deep. They just need to move up a step or so to make sure everything carries at a good height to them.
You know, so often do I hear people saying that the slip's standing a little bit too deep. And this maybe has something to do with the position of the wicketkeeper. Here is Lee now, in again to Trescothick. He's there, Trescothick's forward, and that goes running down there to the left of Ponting at third slip, who goes falling across, stops the ball on the bounce, and he gets a good cheer, and there's no run. With the wicketkeeper these days standing so far back and taking the ball down by their toes almost, or by their ankles, the slips have got to position themselves a little bit behind him, haven't they?
That's generally the way it goes. At first slip will stand that pace or two back behind the keeper. And certainly we talked about the first over, the lack of carry, particularly when Brett League was bowling. Mind you, Gilchrist tends to be one who does stand up and likes to take it waist tight.
And here's Lee again, in outside the off stump, no stroke from Trescothick. and who, dare I say it, is looking composed. I think those 3-4s through the covers in Lee's last over will have helped greatly compose him. Wouldn't they do that to anyone?
There's nothing like feeling the ball in the middle of the bat, whether it's an early, confident defensive shot where you just get the feet moving and play it solidly to mid-off or cover. I mean, that does give you some confidence as well, but when you put away 3 cover drives as Trescothick has done, you're feeling pretty good about yourself at the moment, but you don't want to relax though. You've got to keep concentrating against this attack.
Don't want to feel too good about yourself. Here's Lee again into Trescothick outside the off stump. Trescothick had no intention of playing a stroke. No ball signalled, well, like a windmill by umpire Kurtzin. He signals it first to the scorers and then to the scoreboard and to everyone else who's interested. And England's score goes along to 18 for no wicket. And that last ball was at 90.8 mph, which shows you that Lee is a decidedly slippery customer.
Yeah, that's about 146 kilometres an hour.
You're very good at doing the conversion.
Well, if you just remember 90 is 145.
Oh,
and then you sort of just work it either way there.
You're a clever thing. Here comes Lee in again, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Trescothick. And through it goes to Gilchrist. And you need degrees in all sorts of things to be able to tell us things like that.
Oh, absolutely. Science degrees are helpful.
Well, aren't they?
Converting kilometres an hour. It's great being on the English roads. I've just been to Ireland for a few days. Kilometres over there, kilometres per hour, kilometres everywhere, and here you come back and you got miles.
It's very cheeky of them in Ireland to have kilometres.
I know, it's right.
Well, it tells us some sort of distance. I've got a little bit of information about McGrath I've been given. I'll give it to you after this ball. Here's Lee. He's coming in past umpire Kurtzin. He bowls now short, and Trescothick pulls out of the stroke. He just initially looked as though he might have been interested, but didn't play a stroke. McGrath is back on the ground, awaiting the radiologist's report on what I think is his right ankle that trod on the ball. And we've just seen on the television some replays of the moment he did it. He did look in great pain, didn't he?
They do hurt with the ankles. You see the football players do it a lot, and I've suffered that one myself. It is a very painful injury, but the pain is often not in proportion to the injury, which is good, because sometimes the ankle can recover quickly, but they do hurt.
And it's Lee again in, bowls from Trescothick. Trescothick's forward, driving through the covers, and that could be 4 more. It's a chase from Martin. I think Martin may just pull it up. Yes, he flicks it back as they run through for 3 runs. So another fine-looking stroke by Trescothick, who's in very good form on the front foot this morning. He's got 15. It's 21 for no wicket England now. They were, of course, put into bat this morning. One must remember that. And Strauss now comes down for the first time to face Lee, who has rather had the sort of the finger on Strauss so far on this tour. Strauss has not enjoyed his and I think the roar of the crowd, they're just looking at the thing. I think that may have been 4. And because Martin's, yes it is, 4 runs have been signalled. Martin's foot was just on the rope as he flicked the ball back. And this, of course, is one of the great advantages of modern technology. This can always be seen. A small aeroplane flies straight over the pavilion. We don't often see that. Quite a long way up. I mean, a jet aeroplane, nonetheless. 22 for no wicket. Trescothick 16, and here's Lee in. Bowls for him short down the leg side. The first time that Lee has bowled a ball down the leg side this morning. Taken by Gilchrist. Trescothick tried to turn it around the corner. Couldn't catch up with it. The end of the 5th over. England put into bat by Australia this morning. 22 for no wicket. Trescothick 16, Strauss has 4, all the runs off the bat coming in boundaries, and after another word from Henry Lawson, it will be Jonathan Agnew.
And it has been a confident start by England, sent in on this greenish looking pitch on an overcast day. You would imagine the conditions are terrific to bowl. Of course, the Australians have that significant setback of Glenn McGrath missing out, and Trescothick, to me, seems to be flourishing because McGrath's not out there as much as anything, because Lee's bowling up, sliding up to him, and hasn't got enough angle across, as Jonathan Agnew joins us.
Good morning. In comes Gillespie and bowls to Strauss, who drives for 4. Square through the offside, and the runs have come very quickly this morning. That was a good stroke, opening the face of the bat and sliding it away just past cover point's left hand. And England moved to 26 for no wicket, and Strauss, who had that let off in Gillespie's previous over, albeit quite a sharp chance to warn, but one that he would, I'm sure, be disappointed to have dropped. He moves to 8, 26 for no wicket. And extraordinary dramas with McGrath this morning. That accident with the cricket ball. In comes Gillespie, and that's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. I say cricket ball because, by all accounts, they were doing the rugby ball warm-ups, and he was trying to chase or catch the rugby ball, or was considering chasing after the rugby ball, when a cricket ball cruelly dribbled in front of him.
Dribbled from who, though, we need to know, Eggers?
I don't think anyone particularly might have rolled one out. I didn't see Michael Vaughan within range.
We get the forensic detectives out on that one.
But it's a sort of accident that, I know, an old-timer would say, all these things with rugby balls and cones, there's bound to be accidents to fast bowlers diving over boundaries and that sort of thing.
But I must admit, though, it's not that uncommon that cricket players at practice do tread on balls and do their ankles. It's not a rare. It's infrequent, but it's not absolutely a rarity. And who was it? Someone at SCG, one of the Test players, was playing soccer. It was last season in Australia, and did their ankle in the warm-up. That was doing the warm-up with the soccer ball.
26 for no wicket. Gillespie, lots of long hair, bowls on the leg stump. It's turned away by Strauss, and Lee will field to our right here at long leg. So there's one more to England. 27 for no wicket. I've done on a tennis ball. Some
tennis ball.
Vaulting child threw it on at Grace Road, and I was running around the long leg boundary. One of those sort of green-coloured ones.
Oh, well, they were unlucky. You were running entirely.
I don't think I was running particularly fast. But that was, I'm afraid, the old groundsman's wheelbarrow job to get me off the ground. It went completely.
I'm just conjuring up this image of you on the groundsman's wheelbarrow at Grace Road, and it's not a pretty one.
It was a humiliating exit, I can tell you. No further part. But I do hope that Glenn uses a bread poultice.
A bread poultice?
That got me back into action quite quickly. Yes, you strap a slice of bread onto your ankle with a bit of tubey grip.
I'm struggling not to laugh here.
Yeah, it works. Honestly, it works. In comes Gillespie outside the off stump, and Trescothic allows that to go through.
Well, as soon as I get off air, I'm rushing down to the dressing rooms to say, a bread poultice, he's going to say to me.
He'll be there
with butter or margarine? Or?
No, none of that. It's the warmth. There'll be some old wife who'll come on, old wives' tales about bread poultices, but it's absolutely true. Look at the replay there of Warner, that drop catch. He almost clutched onto it. He went left-handed. It came up just for a little moment. He almost clutched it to his chest, and down it went. 27 for no wicket. Gillespie turns slowly at the far end, the city end of Edgbaston. Trescothic, who's on 16, has played some good shots this morning, settles down, and Gillespie, a big leap, he bowls on middle and off. Trescothic thinks about a single as he plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Bill is searching furtively for something through his book. Something has triggered off, something there in the dark recesses of the Frindalian memory.
It's got out a medical dictionary looking for B for bread poultice.
I remember John Edridge treading on a cricket ball in the mid-1960s and being put out of the game, and Fred Tipner's having to open the batting for England.
I thought you were searching for something. 27 for no wicket. Here's Gillespie, and Trescothic forward again, dabs that down into the gully where Hayden comes into field, and there's no run. So we've had 6 overs. Interesting talking to a little gathering of people out there that always are around about the time of the toss. I think the majority of about 9-1 thought that Ricky Ponting had made the wrong decision in deciding to field first.
Well, I must admit, I was here very early this morning at 7:30 doing a little bit of media stuff, and I did I got a quick look at the wicket. I just scurried out there before I was hustled off, and the wicket did look green. I thought, overcast. Might be a good day to bowl. Yeah, that was the only Self said that when he looked at the pitch, and that's the other thing. And it's done very little.
Yeah, it's slow. I think Steve Rouse's opinion, the groundsman, was that because it is damp, there will be indentations made, and that it might get increasingly uneven as the match progresses. And Michael Vaughan said they were going to bat first, but anyway.
Well, I'm not sure. I took that with a grain of salt, to be honest.
Bit of spin, you think? So you found it. Well done, Bill. England-Australia, 64, the first test at Trent Bridge, when Edrich reported unfit shortly before the start.
Trod on the ball in the nets.
He doesn't actually say that here, but elephantine memory, Bill. Well done. 27 for no wicket. Strauss is on 9, and Lee, who hasn't really got the ball in the right place this morning and has bowled 3 overs for 18, is on his way again, running away from us. That's outside the off stump. That went through at a good rate.
Look, he looked to be those first few overs just so nice and steady, almost doing a McGrath style job. New ball, you send someone in and you try to put it there. You feel you should be taking wickets and making that breakthrough instead of running in and bowling your normal stuff and letting it go. just like you were just putting it there, and the pace wasn't. The last over we had a couple there 90, 95 mile an hour, and I think he's now just starting to run in and give it that bit extra and bowl the Brett Lee stuff. Not be a kind of seam bowler that he's not. Be a fast bowler.
The sun's trying to come out as Lee bowls outside the off stump. Strauss lets that go through and whistling through at a good pace, 88.5 miles an hour according to our replay here. 27 for no wicket. And Clark there, who's at 4 slip, claps his hands, urging on his teammates. 4 slips and a gully. There's a cover point. That's Katic. Martin's here at mid-on. Kastrovic there, mid-on. You possibly hear him clapping his hands, who, well, an hour before the start, I'm sure was just bracing himself to carry the drinks once again, and then suddenly finds himself in a test match. It just shows you have to prepare, even if you're 12th man, for any last-minute event like that. This is outside the off stump again. Too wide to bother Strauss.
Should have been in the team anyway, I guess.
You think?
On form. He was in better form
instead of Gillespie.
Than Jason Gillespie.
Yeah.
I mean, not a huge amount in it, but certainly in the 6 weeks Australia have been, he has been consistently better than Gillespie. So it's no great change. And Australia have won without McGrath and outworn a number of times the last couple of years. And I think in Sri Lanka they had Gillespie, Williams, Kasprich was the attack. Well, had Warren as well. But they won with that sort of fast bowling attack.
27 for no wicket. England put in, and then goes Lee, and bowls on the off stump. Strauss goes back, plays that square into the offside for Katic to field. So there is Gillespie down there at fine leg, looking thoughtful. I don't know if you've seen the photographs of Snuppy the puppy in most of the newspapers today, this Afghan hound that's been cloned. I mean, it's a most unimaginative name. It should have been called Gillespie. It is absolutely...
Dizzy the puppy doesn't
Dizzy.
Rhyme though. No.
Dizzy would be perfect, but it is Jason Gillespie. Anyone who's got, particularly the broadsheets today, have got pictures of Snuppy.
Oh, well, I'll have to go and... Cell's very ready to come in, so when I leave I'll head straight for that particular photo.
You don't find many broadsheets in here. Here's Strauss playing that off the back foot to point, and it's fielded there by Katic.
I'll beg your pardon.
You might find a few red tops, but...
Peter Baxter, our producer, just produced the photo on demand, and it's, guess what, it's in a broadsheet. And you're right, it is Dizzy.
It's Dizzy, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think Jimmy Maxwell could put that on the ABC website straight away. Just scan that one in, Jimmy, and all our listeners in Australia. If you're listening anywhere from Wagga Wagga to Church Point,
or even
Long
Reach I was talking about yesterday.
Wild Catching or...
I've got a friend over from Melbourne who's staying at
Long Reach, Stockman's Hall of Fame at Long Reach.
Well, that's what he went to. He's not actually from Long Reach, but he went to see that event actually a couple of years ago. In goes Lee, and that's outside the off stump. Bowl with a grunt. Strauss lets it go through. It's a maiden. 27 for no wicket after 7. And in fact, he was telling me that that's where, Jeff, that Henry Lawson went across and wrote Waltzing Matilda, did he not, up at Long Reach?
Well, it was certainly up that way in the central west of Queensland. I mean, there's a few places, I think Blackall and a few of those places there that there's not much to do the Raggers. You've got plenty of time to write. You're not distracted by any outside influences.
He fell in love with the stockman's daughter or something like that, I understand.
That sounds like a name of one of his verses, actually.
Verse 3 of
and on that line, I'm leaving Mike Selby, who can join you.
OK, 27 for no wicket. If you are wondering how Jeff Lawson got the nickname Henry, then that is basically it. No McGrath here today. If you are just joining us, he had one of those freak accidents in warm-up. And then comes Gillespie with his hair flowing. He's driven for 4 by Trescothick. He's played really well this morning. And he's simply come forward, pushed that away through extra cover. And how many 4s has Trescothick hit this morning now, Bill?
That's number 5. Strauss has hit 2.
So a good start for England. No pace in the pitch. No movement either off the seam or in the air. It's a bit chilly, I think, for swing today. But, the sun is due to come out later, apparently, and in comes Gillespie. And Trescothick goes back this time, a little shorter, pushed that into the offside, had big quick dark, picks up, hurls, and they should get an overthrow here as he throws that down to fine leg, but Trescothick has run too far up towards the city end, and Lee was able to come in from the long leg boundary and throw the ball back before an overthrow was taken. 32 for no wicket. Australia having won the toss this morning and put England to bat. Michael Vaughan told me immediately afterwards that England would have batted first anyway. That was the view of the groundsman. I think it was the view of Mike Selby too, wasn't it? You'd have batted first today.
It was, yeah. I'm quite bemused actually that that's what's going on there.
The man drops back at square leg. So it might be a bouncer coming up here. Gillespie bowls on the off stump. It's good length. Strauss pushes up to Clark, who does very well there, running to his left. Picks up left-handed and prevents a single being taken. 32 for no wicket. But so far, I mean, Steve Rouse, the groundsman here, said there'll be no pace in this, it'll be slow. I mean, he obviously knows his pitch better than probably anybody, but he's spot on.
I think everybody has been saying that. You know, John Inverarity, the coach here, has been saying that. Ashley Giles has been saying it. Ian Bell's been saying it. It's a slow Edgbaston, almost a slow belter, you'd say.
Gillespie with his elbows jutting out, bowls on middle stump. Strauss covers up, defends this, plays it back to the bowler, who sweeps back that very straggly long black hair of his and wanders back to his mark again. 32 for no wicket. McGrath is back on the ground. He's been to hospital and he's had x-rays and all sorts of scans and so on. He looked bitterly disappointed, and he sat there on the outfield earlier on today knowing, he must have known straight away that he was out of the game. Gillespie over the wicket, bowls to Strauss, and that's going to be 4 more. Driven away through the offside. It's been a very profitable area for England this morning. Billy Bowden signals that with a flourish, and England move on to 36 for no wicket. And the boundary's coming at quite a rate here, with Gillespie having been hit for 4s, and so too has Lee. So that's 8 uncompleted overs, so to speak.
I think this is what we're seeing now is why I think Michael Kasparovich, curiously, is going to be the danger bowler for Australia here, because he's very well versed in English conditions, in pitching the ball up just that little bit further as a natural length.
Gillespie bowls, that's a good ball, just short of a length. That went whistling past Strauss. That went through with certainly increase pace and bounce. Much more intent there from Gillespie, who swings his sweater over his right shoulder as he wanders off into the deep to contemplate another rather expensive over in the context of things. 8 boundaries in 8 overs, and England are 36 for no wicket, with 21 to Trescothick and 13 to Strauss, who did offer a difficult chance to Shane Warne when he had 4 low to his left at first slip. And Michael Vaughan was talking about a bit of luck going England's way going into this game, and that might be a sign.
You do look for little signs of changes in fortune. I thought, actually, maybe a couple of weeks ago or last year or something, if Michael Vaughan had been hit on the elbow in the net, he'd have been out for months, wouldn't he? But he wasn't. He got hit. He then got hit in the hand yesterday in the nets by Steve Harmison. That would have broken his finger, wouldn't it? But it didn't. Little things like that do land a drop catch there.
Well, in goes Lee, starting another over. It's a bouncer. We haven't had many of those today. The pitch is too slow, really, for that, and that one was evaded easily enough by Trescothick, who ducked underneath that. Very phlegmatic chap. I saw him very much on the back foot 2 nights ago. I was at a benefit for Dougie Brown, benefit dinner. Very popular fellow here, of course, it's his benefit, and I was asked to interview Marcus and Ashley Giles in front of the assembled gathering at a restaurant not far from here. Very nice restaurant, I must admit. And I put out questions to the audience, and the first one rather caught Marcus unawares. 36 for no wicket. In goes Lee, and he's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. The question was, Marcus, I think you're absolutely gorgeous. How do you bowl a maiden over? From a lady who's obviously had a couple too many Chardonnays. And Marcus actually didn't know what to say at all. He just giggled rather sheepishly, and we quickly moved on.
I did a short piece for an Australian FM station during the South Africa tour last year, and the two questions I got were about what's the match situation at the moment, and who's the best looking of the England players.
That's nice. Yeah. Did you offer an answer?
I just said they're all plug ugly.
Here's Lee over the wicket, and that's forced away past the fielder again at point for 4 more. The 9th boundary of the morning, and it's a no ball. And it's a very positive start indeed by England, who have put into bat this morning. And they're now 41 for no wicket in the 9th over. And you have to say, neither Lee nor Gillespie have really looked up to it this morning. That was hit firmly, punched into the ground by Trescothick. And there's nothing that Clark could do there.
He's timing it well, isn't he?
He is.
A slow pitch, you'd think that, a little bit of adjustment to be made, but not him.
Lee again, over the wicket, short down the leg side, fended off by Trescothick, has certainly won. Gillespie comes galloping in from the boundary down there with lots of yellow shirts behind him. Those are Australian supporters all gathered there, giving him a round of applause as the throw comes in, and England move to 42 for no wicket. Watched not least by Martin Johnson, I see down here, not the writer, but the former rugby captain, who's sitting right outside our window. You can almost reach out and touch him. I'm sure he was a cricket fan. I interviewed him once. I was called along to interview Martin in front of the England players before they went to the West Indies last year. Sort of a motivational thing. Just after England won the World Cup, he was extremely good, very interesting, I must say. But, I haven't seen him in a test match before. Anyway, he's sitting beside us here in a blue shirt, watching as Lee runs away and bowls to Strauss, who drives, and it's fielded there by a short point fielder. That's where Clark has been positioned. About 10 yards from the bat or so, with Katic behind him and to his right at backward point, and Martin at mid-off. I'd rather put in there slow pitch, perhaps, looking to drive, might hit it in the air. Certainly a plan that Ponting has rustled up from somewhere. He's at second slip. Warne and Langer on either side of him. Down they go. Lee's on his way. With the sun coming out, he bowls. That's on the off stump. Strauss turns that away with a slightly crooked bat into the onside. And there's no run. 42 for no wicket.
Well, sometimes you put a fielder there, not because necessarily you think, crikey, he's going to immediately, master plan, he's going to hit a catch there, but it actually makes the batsman think, I wonder what he's thinking. Well, what's he got in store for me here? You know, it's just to get the batsman thinking differently. I think actually if he catches one there, he's
a good effort, wouldn't it? It'll come pretty quickly. Clark's young and enthusiastic. He's rubbing his hands there in preparation for something, now spitting on them. Now he's crouching as Lee runs away from us and bowls to Strauss. Again, works it away just to the leg side of straight. Lee picks the ball up as he follows through, throws it back to Gilchrist, the wicketkeeper, and it's been a fascinating 40 minutes so far. 42 runs have been scored, with Trescothick on 26, Strauss on 13, a thought or two from Mike Selby, and then for the first time today it will be the ABC's Jim Maxwell.
Andrew Strauss very obviously trying to cover his off stump, trying to get right across and play the ball as straight as he can, and leg side even. He's just got to be a little bit wary that he doesn't turn the blade. This is a slow pitch. If you turn the blade a little bit too early, you're in the leading edge territory, so he's got to be mindful of that. But he's also clearly worked very hard at covering his off stump.
Morning, Mike. Hello everyone, wherever you are. Around Great Britain, down under, here's Gillespie from the city end. He bowls a ball that's flicked away through the onside behind square by Trescothick, down to backward square for a couple of runs as Lee travels around to gather, and the total rolls along to 44, which includes 9 boundaries. 36 of the 44 in boundaries after Australia sent England in to bat. And at the moment, England looking well set here. Just that one difficult chance to the left of Warne. Got his hand to the ball off Gillespie from Strauss, but couldn't hold it. Gillespie bowls again. Trescothick forward, playing on the run on the rise, pushing square of the wicket out there where Clark is fielding from point. So Trescothick is 28, Strauss 13, 44 without loss. A dramatic prelude to the game with Glenn McGrath rolling his ankle when he trod on a ball in the warm-ups and was taken off to hospital for precautionary x-rays. He's back on the ground and is recovering, but he is out of the game. 2 slips, a gully and a short and square cover. Gillespie bowls again and Trescothick forward, pushing the ball gently out on the offside, greeting it with a dead bat. It's just the way Trescothick's moving today. He's got McGrath out of his mind and he's looking more comfortable.
Well, I'm sure these players would outwardly say, well, it's a great shame you're not playing. Of course we want to test ourselves against the best. And privately they're going, you beauty.
I'm sure.
And well, it is a mind game, isn't it? Yeah. And suddenly you're relaxed and you think, crikey, that's a little bit less to face.
Gillespie bowls, and that's going across the bows, but he's allowing it to pass outside the off stump. He just looks so much more composed out there, more definite in his
timed
movement.
it, hasn't he?
Oh,
he really has timed it, you know.
Sweet. And this ground is like lightning. We're just talking about, you know, in the old days they used to, as you probably wrote sometimes, and of course the batsmen struggled a little on the first day because of the slowness of the outfield. Well, you don't write that anymore.
No.
They're like billiard tables.
I mean, this is a very soft outfield at the moment too, the amount of rain they've had on it.
Now Gillespie goes in again, and it's short, and he's prodding it almost into his stumps there. It went from the bottom of his bat into his pad and trickled out on the offside. But I mean, they got it down to a grade 10 cut this morning.
It's a stimp meter they'll have out there, won't they? They'll tell you it's like Augusta Green. Some of them that one at Lords now, since they've relayed that, and the drainage is better, and they've got a different turf on it too, which is closer cut. I mean, absolutely races across there. No point in anything down the hill. It's almost worthless chasing it.
And that's had an impact on the score, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every stroke through the infield has gone for 4. Gillespie from the city end tries again, and Trescothick is leaving. Another one pushed slightly across. So no joy for Australia so far after sending England in to bat. Vaughan said at the toss that he would have batted. Trescothick is 28, Strauss 13. And we've seen Lee and Gillespie in operation. Gillespie 5 overs for 20, Lee 5 overs for 24, and the first change is about to take place. Michael Kasparovich, who has had an outstanding 18 months of Test cricket until he was left out of the Test match at Lords, and he's going to come in and bowl from our commentary box end. And like all the Australians, he's kept himself in very good nick just in case the opportunity has come up, and he's run Gillespie close for a position, and now he has the chance to show why he's such an accomplished Test match bowler.
Yeah, I did actually wonder before, it was not hindsight, McGraw, whether it even crossed the Australian mind to actually leave Brett Lee out on this pitch and to play both Jason Gillespie and Michael Kasparovich, because as I was just saying, I think he's well versed in English conditions. He's a reliable. He's a yeoman bowler, if you like. He's a very English type bowler. You know, he's the kind of bowler that an awful lot of English county cricketers could aspire to be. You know, it's well within the compass to be a Michael Kasparovich. I think he's steady, he's honest, and I think he'll do a really good job in here.
So here he comes, 2 slips into gully in that short square cover, and Strauss leaves a short ball outside the off stump as he wanders across and has an inspection of the ball as it went through. Well, he was a little of his best in the early spell at Worcester, but then came back after lunch and got the ball in the as they always say, the right areas, and took 5 quick wickets, very quick wickets. And he's the sort of bowler who can hit a length, really goes through the crease hard. Let's see what he can do. He bowls to Strauss. Strauss goes back and tries to pull, miscues a no ball, and drags it down towards wideish mid-on, and that has been a problem for Kasparovich throughout this tour. He has erred quite often on the front foot, and Rudy Kurtzon's picked it up there. Strauss trying to yank the ball through the onside, dragged it down to Lee at mid-on. The man in front of square Kadich is 3 parts of the way back, and there's a long leg. Here comes Kasparovich. He bowls in at the line of the off stump and causes a defensive stroke across the stumps from Strauss away to the offside, where it's fielded by Justin Langer. So 44 without loss. They pick up that no ball there, Bill. Is that the right score? Yes, they did. Oh, it's just clicked over now. None for 45 down in the distance. A full house here. Everyone asked to come early because of the tight security. As Kasparovich runs in, and he's on the back foot, hitting hard into the turf and straight to Justin Langer, who takes it on the bounce. So a full house means how many here, Sel?
I'll tell you, what is it? About 16,000, is it, Bill? 17,000?
They get 20? It's a great sight anyway. They're quite contained at the moment, just absorbed by the contest, just waiting to see if England can get themselves in. They're doing a pretty good job. Kasparovich bowls and Strauss is forward, sends the ball square of the wicket on the offside. And another no ball bowled by Michael Kasparovich. So it's 2 in his opening over. Certainly he's maintaining some form in that area, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, he's not hit the ground running. He looks a little bit stiff to me, actually, isn't he? He's not racing in from the first ball, is he? He's feeling his way very much.
None for 46. Kasparovich again goes up. He bowls to Strauss. Strauss on the back foot, hammers it for 4 and raises a half century for England. A thrilling stroke to what was basically a long hop. Kasparovich's mind may have been elsewhere, wondering where he was going to put his front foot, and he dropped it short and wide, and Strauss smashed it out to the boundary. So England raise 50, and they've done it fairly comfortably, other than that one half tight chance to Warne outside the off stump, but he had no trouble with that. Kasparovich again goes up to Strauss. Strauss leaves the ball a little fuller and on their line across outside the off stump. Strauss 17 and Trescothick 28 at none for 50.
And the 50 partnership, 48 minutes, 68 balls. And that's 10 fours.
10 fours, yes. Well, that's the run rate. That's been typical of the cricket we've seen in this series. Lots of boundaries. And from England's viewpoint so far, no wickets. Kasparovich bowls. Strauss leaves another ball a little bit closer, tighter near the line of the off stump as he watches it go through to the keeper. So not the happiest over from Michael Kasparovich, as Rudy Kurtzen just shows him where his heels landing on that crease. Score 50 without loss. England going in unchanged, and Australia with Kasparovich replacing McGrath, who rolled his ankle after treading on a ball in the warm-ups.
He let me down there, didn't he? I gave him a big billing there, Michael Kasparovich, and he bowled a very ordinary over. Fretting a little at the front foot there, I suppose, feeling his way. What we did see there is the cardinal sin on this pitch is to drag your length back. If you're going to err on the side of over pitching, you can actually set a field for that as well. Don't drop it short; it is too slow.
Now here's Gillespie. He bowls and Trescothick leaves. Good judgment. Saw the line off stump. Yep. Don't like that. It's going to bounce, probably go away. It did, and he withdrew his bat at the last moment. He got a millisecond to make a decision, and Trescothick's decisions have been spot on so far today in compiling 28. Strauss comes down to have a chat with him, an encouraging word or two. We've got high cloud around the ground, the threat of a shower or two, maybe some duller light later in the day. But Australia with the job ahead of them, it would seem at the moment. As Gillespie bowls and Trescothick is on the back foot and he's punching the ball away. Doesn't get a run because out there Clark is fairly deep at point. He's a good 50 metres from the bat, alongside 2 slips of gully, a short cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg.
He's gone from the sublime to the ridiculous, hasn't he? He was at the other end. He was to Andrew Strauss. He was 6-7 metres from the bat, I suppose, square, and now he's 5 times the difference away, 6 times the distance.
Trescothick watching as Gillespie moves towards him, and he's forward, defending the ball from the line of the leg stump, and looking very composed just at the moment. So you just wonder how long, watching all this on a pitch that doesn't appear to have any devil in it, just how long it's going to be before they go to the other trump, Warne.
Well, he might have a lot to do today, mightn't he? There's a bit of dampness there, and spinners can always get a little bit of turn. It's just that seamers are generally more effective than the spinners. It doesn't mean the spinners are negligible on such surfaces.
Gillespie, Trescothick gets a short ball and he's hoisting it around the corner and down to the boundary for 4. He got inside it and swung it inside Kasparovich, who's more of a backward square than a fine leg. And at Gillespie's pace these days, that was an easy pick-up for Trescothick. He moves to 32 and the score to 54, untroubled.
In fact, I reckon that he was trying to hit that square, and that came off so slow that he was hoiked it round. It was a hoik.
Well, a convincing hit to the boundary as Gillespie bowls to him, and he walks across and then pushes a ball moving perhaps a little way towards the slips and tidied up by Hayden there in the gully. But I haven't seen a ball swing, have you?
No, it was quite chilly out there this first thing. The sun was, you see the sun just trying to break through this veil of very high cloud. It still hasn't quite managed it, and there was just almost an autumnal feel to it. And generally you'd say, the ball won't swing in those conditions. It's not like a humid day. It's
Yes, a humid day at Lord's at night, but not up here, as Gillespie bowls a fuller length ball, and he's searching and finding the ball hitting the bat as he probed away to the offside, and Langer was there to tidy up at a short cover. So England are looking pretty good at the moment. None for 54 with Trescothick 32 and Strauss on 17, and Kasparovich getting ready for another over. It took him a while to get into his rhythm at Worcester, and it's looking the same here.
And mental preparation for a test match, I'm sure, is very important. The build up to it. You think about what you can do. You do your visualizations, all these things. And of course, what's happened here is that he's been drafted into the test match right at the last, quite the last minute. I suppose he knew about 2 hours beforehand that he was, or an hour and a half beforehand that he was going to be playing. But even so, that's suddenly he's got to come in the test, and we're in the field. It's all a rush.
Here he comes to bowl, and Strauss is going back, changing his mind, and then just working the ball from the line of his pads around the corner to Gillespie at fine leg. It looked like he was going to pull it, and then he just nursed it around the corner, going on the leg stump line to get a single. He's 18, and the score is 55. Now Trescothick down there for the first time facing Kasparovich here, Bill. Yes. How many fours has he hit in this? 7, so 28 of the 32 in boundaries, and he's just checking his card from Rudy Kurtzen. There's
2 ones and a 2 in the shots.
Here comes Kasparovich. He bowls to him, and he's forward, and he's edging, and it goes on the bounce off a no ball to Hayden in the gully. I think it was a catch too. There was a roar from the crowd, the Australian section of it. Weren't they noisy? But it was a no ball. So again, Kasparovich having a problem on the front foot, and we can see his heel's not even on the line on that no ball, as Trescothick aimed at the ball, and it went on the bounce to Hayden in the gully, didn't it?
I don't think so.
You think it went on the full?
Yeah.
Anyway, he pushes at the next ball and plays just inside the line as it went past outside the off stump. I just thought it went down.
I thought it was a catch.
You're getting a replay here, but I thought they chopped it down and edged it down into the ground, but they just they've got some critical examination of the release, but looks like it was
knee high,
a straightforward catch. Yes, Kasparovich throwing his head back there as he'd heard the call. So Kasparovich tries again just across Trescothick. So as we keep saying, it's amazing how this game can change. Australia put a chance down, and a catch going from a no ball. And all that after McGrath at the 11th hour was ruled out because he went over on his ankle. So Kasparovich just paying the price there for overstepping. This could be England's day. It's looking good. None for 56. Kasparovich bowls. Trescothick forward, watches the ball and plays it away towards cover. There's certainly not much in the pitch to suggest that you should be bowling first.
I'm absolutely bemused. I mean, the two options, right, are you say, there's dampness in the pitch, there's been a lot of rain about, it's a bit overcast, we'll have a bowl. You might think that's a simplistic way of looking at it, but looks a good pitch. It's always going to play slowly. It's the possibility of it denting with the new ball, which will give you uneven bounce later on in the match.
Kasparovich bowls, and Trescothick is looking at the ball and not playing at it across him outside the off stump.
So what happens is that if it is slightly soft, the new ball will pitch it a little bit like the surface of a golf ball, the dimples on a golf ball. When they harden up, as they will do over the course of 5 days, and the faster bowlers then pitch into that's when you get your uneven bounce later on. So that's another aspect of it. It'll crack a little bit, it'll crumble a little bit, and if you've got the greatest spin bowler in the history of the game in your side, I'm just bemused why they...
He bowls again, and Trescothick walks across. He plays it quietly, gently, away on the offside to complete the over. So the total is 56 without loss, 32 to Trescothick and 18 to Strauss. And Warne is about to be summoned into action in the 58th minute of the game. Mark that down. Shane Warne is coming into the attack. Mike Selvey to comment, and Henry Blofeld to continue the commentary.
Well, he's got to go through all the cards he's got at the moment, because it's rattling along at a pace ring, and England very much in the ascendant thus far this morning. Boundaries flourishing, the luck's going their way, if you like, or alternatively Australia just fragmented a little. A catch put down early on, another one held off a no ball, the injury to McGrath, all these little things compound. I think there's going to be a lot of bowling for Shane Warne in this innings, both as an attritional bowler and of course as the great wicket taker he is. I think he rather than McGrath actually is the one who's got the record on this ground, the good record on this ground. He bowled England out in the first innings, I think, last time round. Was it Bill the last Test match here we had? I think he got 5 in the first innings.
Bill is hard at work.
Did indeed. 5 for 71 and 3 for 29.
Meeting of great minds.
And Australia won by an innings and 118.
Well, Warne is going to bowl from the Warriors Wyatt stand end, and he's going to bowl to start with to Strauss. We've got a slip, a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, forward short leg, deep backward square, and short fine. A short fine leg. And Warne it is now into Strauss, walking in these 6 predatory steps. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls. Strauss comes forward, takes it on the front pad, it just rolls away out on the offside. Hayden from slip goes to his left towards gully, picks up, and there is no run. Warne quickly back to his mark, a great predator, Warne, and instills a certain apprehension, I think, into almost all batsmen. And he's up to the wicket now. Over comes his arm. Again, Strauss plays no stroke. That one looked as though it went straight on. Whether Strauss read it or not is anyone's guess. Anyway, he played no stroke and walks away towards square leg a little bit. Gilchrist strikes a slightly odd angle, a crouching angle behind the stumps in between deliveries. However, he's now back in the orthodox position, and Warne it is. In again, pitches this one up. Strauss comes forward, takes it on the pad, and the ball rolls away on the offside. Hayden doesn't stop it from slip, and Clark and backward point picks up. But as there was no stroke from Strauss, there was never obviously a chance that they could run. And the dirigible over there still chopping around on a fairly still day, a little bit of wind, the trees just moving. Warne started in and stopped, now throws himself a catch, and here he comes. Walk up to the wicket, bowls, slides down the wicket, hits this one high over the top, and it's gone away for 4, straight back over Warne's head. Well, that is splendid. Strauss said he intended to come into this match in a positive mood. He's shown precisely that, and he's really said to Warne in the first over, he's pointed his finger at him and said, watch it. That was a sterling blow, wasn't it, Mike?
Brilliant piece of batting, yeah. I think he's targeted Shane Warne, Henry. Everybody's targeting everybody these days.
Well, yes, a dangerous man to target. He's targeted him, and in fact the ball has either gone under the covers, it's at last been discovered. So all is well. 22 now to Strauss, 60 for no wicket, and the great stream of boundaries we've had this morning continues. How many have we had now, Bill?
We've had 12.
12 fours, so 48 out of the 60 runs in the first hour's cricket, which is a jolly good rate of striking, 60 in the first hour. And now the ball appears to have hit something and gone out of shape.
No, I think it's not landed a puddle. That's the usual thing, isn't it? Unless it has got a lump of concrete in it.
Well, anyhow, the umpires are discussing it.
That's what it is.
And umpire Kurtzon has now waved to the pavilion, and we'll now see lots of ballsmanship. Someone's going to come on with, or maybe... Well, the drinks look as though they're coming on. Whether Kurtzon was waving on the drinks or whether he was waving on a third umpire with a bag of new balls to inspect, I don't know. But the drink trolleys or the drink trays are being brought out. And England have had a pretty good first hour. They were put into bat. They will have been, I think, a little bit apprehensive because Australia came into this match with a psychological advantage in quite a big way after Lord's. But after the first hour, 60 for no wicket, they'll be feeling happy.
In the old days, we always used to benchmark for fast scores, run a run a minute, and that's what we've got. 60. It's a great start for England. They batted very positively, bolstered by the the absence of Glenn McGrath, that will have put them in a perky frame of mind before they started. The Australians haven't managed to find the right length to bowl, and there is an adjustment to be made, Henry, on a slow pitch like this. It's not your Lords bang it in length that they had there. The back of a length bowlers. This is a pitch for just a little bit further up, but in striving to get that length that is that much further up, you can err on the full side. And of course, what we saw at the start was a plethora of excellently timed drives. Now, Michael Kasprovic tried to drag his length back a fraction there, and of course the ball just sits up then, and Andrew Strauss was able to put that away too. So it'll take a little bit of adjustment. It's interesting actually. So going back to the Shane Warne successor otherwise here, and that of McGrath. McGrath's record on this ground is pretty ordinary. He's got 6 wickets in 2 tests at 41 apiece, which is most un-McGrath-like. It's the least successful ground in this country against Lords, which is most successful, 26 at 11. Part of that reason is that the Edgbaston test is generally the first test of the series. He comes into a series here, I'm sure, being used to his southern hemisphere length, if you like. Little bit shorter length. You bowl back of a length here. You need that little bit of an extra adjustment, and of course, then by the time he hasn't bowled particularly well here. By the time he gets to Lords, he's a little bit more in the swing of it. Little ball got that adjustment right, and it comes at the right time for him. And also, of course, he's a very special bowler on that particular place anyway because of the use of the slope. But I'm sure that's part of it. Shane Warne, on the other hand, has got an excellent record here. He's got 15 wickets at 25, and Lords he has 13 at 22. So he does prosper here, irrespective of whether the pitch is damp or crumbling or a good pitch or not. He's a fine bowler here. So actually, in those terms, strictly on the statistics, the loss of Glenn McGrath is not quite the disaster that. Although obviously they would like his attritional merits here, wouldn't they?
I think it's a psychological disaster, isn't it, more than anything else?
Oh yeah, I mean they must be deflated. He's almost a totem, isn't he, in the side as much as anything, as indeed is Shane Warne.
There is a lot of ballsmanship going on there. The fourth umpire, Alan Arthur Jones, has come out with a great box of balls. Umpire Billy Bowden has gone running off into the pavilion, has returned with a large blue towel. So maybe you were right when you thought that ball was hit the far end of the ground and became very wet or landed in a puddle or whatever. And but the umpires are in a huddle down here, joined by some of the Australian fielders. Play will be underway shortly, but it's a longer drink break than usual. And then the fourth umpire, Jones, throws the blue towel over his shoulder, picks up the box of balls. Whether they've changed it or not, I honestly don't know. And play will continue. Ponting has got the ball that will be used. It's walking along with umpire Billy Bowden, having a chat to him. And Ponting looks rather the calmer figure of the two. Billy Bowden has got his, it's almost a boater rather than a Panama on, with a sort of rather gaudy blue ribbon round it. There's nothing particularly modest about Billy Bowden, the umpire, although he is a charming man. England are 60 for no wicket, in case any of you at home really can't believe what you're hearing. They were put into bat. 32 of these runs have come to Trescothick. 22 of them have come to Strauss. And it's now going to be Strauss who's going to face Warne, whom he's just hit back over his head for 4 in most emphatic manner. And Billy Bowden just replaces the bails and gets... I think he knocked one of the bails off with that jersey of Warne, which he's holding. And now he waves his hand at everyone, and play is about to start. Scratches his left ear. Is there anything Billy Bowden won't do? Here comes Warne now into Strauss. He's up, he bowls outside the off stump. Strauss comes forward, it was a bit quicker, played no stroke, and through it went there to Gilchrist. We're in the 14th over of the innings. 60 for no wicket. Martin Johnson, the former England rugger captain, just takes his seat down in front of us in the committee balcony.
I'm glad he has sat down. He's a big bloke.
He is, isn't he?
Blocks up half the view.
Here's Warne in again. Bowls to Strauss. Strauss just pushes that one away off his pads, and he's picked up there by Katic at short leg. It's the end of the over. 60 for no wicket. 14 overs have gone by. 32 to Trescothick and 22 to Strauss. And of course, you in Australia will remember all about Martin Johnson all too well.
Oh, I've got no idea what you're talking about, Henry, but anyway. No, well done. Well done, England. Well done, England. They won the World Cup. Well done, with a field goal in the 79th minute.
Well, yes,
well done.
Johnny Wilkinson's boot, wasn't it?
You've got to win something every decade or so, and I suppose that was it.
Another patronising Australian. It's lucky you've got a sort of yellow. Well, I've got a green cover to my microphone, so I must be a bit careful. I was going to say Kasparovich bowls and Trescothick comes forward. Kasparovich picks up on the onside.
Well, by a strange twist of fate, we do have the green and gold microphones on.
Well, we do indeed, and there is a light blue one and a red one. Also, we have lots of multicoloured microphones. It's all very exciting. Kasparovich, a big man, who's bowled well in English conditions, 2 slips a gully and a short cover. Those are the attacking fielders. And here's Kasparovich again, in bowls to Trescothick outside the off stump. Trescothick comes massively forward and shoulders arms, and through it goes there to Gilchrist.
Just while we're on the rugby theme, we should mention that Michael Kasparovich did play Australian schoolboys rugby.
He looks big enough for it, doesn't he?
And his brother Simon has just finished playing with the Waratahs in the Super 12 competition, so they've got a big rugby background themselves. And as you say, he's a big guy, 6'4", solid. You could see him jumping in a line out.
And here he is again, Kasparovich up to the wicket, bowls to Trescothick, who just goes back. Was a little uncertain there. Looked round quickly, went to the gully. Hayden was quickly to his left. The Waratahs Super 12s, for English listeners, would you be a little bit more explicit about that?
Well, that's the equivalent of what Wasps, Harrison, or Bath, or Northamptonshire, or Super 12 is.
It's the top division.
Yes, it's South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand play in that. It's hardly domestic, I suppose, but it's a level below Test rugby.
Kasparovich once more coming in up to the wicket, bowls. Trescothick comes forward, driving down there to mid-off, and Martin fields, and there is no run. 60 for no wicket, England. And it's a little bit cloudier than it was when I was last on the air. And the forecast is not particularly good for this afternoon or this evening, where showers are promised. So
Australia will be looking for rain by then.
Here comes Kasparovich in, bowls to Trescothick, who just, it squares him off a bit, he just plays it back perfectly confidently off the middle of the bat, playing from the crease, and Kasparovich himself picks up. Umpire Kurtzon goes down the wicket and hoofs away a little bit of loose stuff with his right foot. And we got a slight field change, yes indeed. We've now got 2 slips, a gully, a short cover, and a short straight mid-off. That's Katic. And here comes Kasparovich again outside the off stump. No stroke there from Trescothick, and through it goes to Gilchrist. The end of the over, maiden over. 15 overs have now gone by, and England, who were put into bat, I keep on stressing that, 60 for no wicket, 32 to Trescothick and 22 to Strauss.
And you mentioned the cloud. It has got a little bit darker and a little bit thicker, I think. We've had some high overcasts this morning, and that may have influenced Ricky Ponting to bowl. And Mike Selby made a very interesting comment. It doesn't seem humid today. It's very overcast but not humid, and normally you associate humidity with more swing and also more movement in the pitch. There's just more movement in the air, and that can be in the soil and the turf and the grass, but it doesn't seem like a humid day, and perhaps that's why the ball's not doing too much. It's sort of strange from that point of view, being so cloudy.
Well, Ponting's just had a long chat with Warne. Warne goes to the stumps and rubs his hand, the palm of his hand, in the dirt to remove any sweat. Ponting goes and takes his place at a rather square mid-wicket. And Warne now is about to bowl. He spins the ball from right hand to left, rubs it a couple of times in his trousers, spins it again, and now here he comes with this predatory walk of his. Up to the wicket now, he bowls to Strauss. Strauss is forward, driving into the covers, and there is no run there. And the fielder, 60 for no wicket. And the church spire, the rather dirty brick red church spire way to our left, just to the right of the cherry picker, standing there like the true sentinel that it is. And here is Warne again. Forward comes Strauss, plays into the covers, and there's no run. When I say a dirty brick tower, I don't mean that in any way unkindly. It just is a rather it's got a slightly sort of dark, grimy look to it, the brick. It's been there for a long time, so it's perfectly entitled to have that. And Warne it is once more. In to Strauss. Strauss is forward, pushing. Oh, and very well picked up there by Katic at forward short leg. It was going to his right. He reacted like a cat, really, and jumped across and pulled the ball down on the bounce.
That also being his nickname, it's fairly appropriate.
Well, absolutely. I suppose, yes, I'm going to talk something about the wish being the father of the thought. Anyway, Warne it is again, coming in from more of an angle this time. He bowls and Strauss goes back to a short one and hammers it through the covers for 4. It was just a little bit shorter. He went back and picked the spot beautifully between cover and extra cover. Interestingly then, Warne, who usually comes in rather straighter, came in from a little bit more of an angle then.
And it wasn't that bad a delivery, but it's a wonderful shot. And Strauss, who does play well off the back foot, off the faster bowlers, shows he can do it off the slower bowls as well. It's just short of a length.
64 for no wicket, Strauss 26, and Warne bowls to him again. And he slog sweeps this one, he goes over the top of Ponting. It's gone away for 4. Billy Bowden goes into the antics. One of those ball boys over there does the fielding in front of the Eric Hollis stand. And Strauss has gone into the 30s. He's 30 exactly, it's 68 for no wicket. And Strauss has now hit 3 very aggressive 4s off Warne in 2 overs.
And as much as the back foot drive through the covers was an indication of the intent and to get on with the game, that was out and out aggression. I mean, that was a good ball on middle stump. If you miss that, you could be in some trouble.
Warne again, he bowls into Strauss a little bit quicker. Strauss turns it to square leg, Ponting's there, whips the ball back, and there's no run. 68 for no wicket, 30 to Strauss, 32 to Trescothick at the end of the over. The slog sweep, it's become a sort of legitimate stroke, hasn't it? I suppose really what it is the pull off the front foot.
I mean, if you bat number 9, 10, 11, it's still the slog.
Yes.
But if you bat up the top, they call it the slog sweep. It's got a bit more control to it, I suppose. It's a deliberate shot, and the way Strauss played it, the head's nice and steady. There's nothing wild and woolly about it. It's a really controlled stroke. But as once again, the tail play it, they just still call it a slog over cow corner. But it's a very effective against spin bowling, and particularly leg spinners when they're turning into left-handers. It's a good shot. I mean, the aggressive intent is so obviously there from England. They don't want to let Warne now settle into a length and tie them down.
Something very amusing happened then concerning the cat. And here is Kasparov in, bowls there to Trescothick, who just pushes from the crease. Hayden in the gully fields. But Katic had forgotten that he was meant to be fielding it short mid-off then for Kasparov, where he'd been moved in the last over. And he went to square leg, and so Ponting had to clear his throat and say and point at short mid-off, and he came scuttling across. Anyway, he's there now, 2 steps gully.
Like a startled cat, in fact.
He was like a startled cat, yes, not wagging his tail, dragging it between his legs. Here's Kasparov in, and Trescothick's half forward, pushing down there to mid-on, and there is no run.
And we must say the reason he's there is because of that Trescothick drive, when he doesn't look quite to be to the length of the ball, to the pitch of the ball, and it can go in the air just for a few metres, and we've talked about the pitch being very slow, so he's really there to catch that mistimed drive that still struck firmly enough, but just carries in the air for a few metres.
And it's Kasparov once more in, bowls to Trescothick. Goes back and spins round, thinking that one might have gone back onto his stumps. He went back quite close and stopped. Gilchrist came forward and picked it up, but Trescothick, having played that, spun round at terrific speed, just in case he would be able to knock it away had it been going into his stumps, which of course the batsman is allowed to do. Pigeon flies there away behind the trees at the back of the scorecard, of the scoreboard, I should say. And Kasparov is in again, prancing in like a horse up to the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Trescothick, plays that to Langer there, short cover, and there is no run. There is something about, when I say if he's a prancing horse, and I say it's slightly a prancing cart horse about Kasparov in his approach to the wicket, it's not meant to be uncharitable in any way at all, but you can somehow see a big horse in a dressage contest doing something of the movements of Kasparov. Meantime, someone's moving behind the arm, they've sorted that out, and here he comes again, prancing in up to the wicket in a or the heavy-footed way, bowls to Trescothick, who goes back, plays that away square on the offside. Langham from cover goes to his right in front, from short cover goes to his right in fields, and there is no run. Do you see what I mean?
I think it's a terrific metaphor. He is a bigger. We talked about what big a guy he is, and he's 6'4". He's probably 95 kilograms. What would they be? 15 stone. We're not talking about a guy who's light on his feet, and yet, when he runs in as he's doing now, there is something light about it.
Kasparovich in, bowls to Trescothick, who drives. Oh, and that's a fine diving half stop there by Katic, short mid-off, and the ball just trickles away there to Hayden mid-off, and there's no run. So Katic has done his job there, even though he forgot that he was meant to be doing it in that position. 68 for no wicket at the end of the over, 32 to Trescothick, 30 to Strauss. We got a helicopter which is bearing a slogan which is distinctly Australian. I'll leave Jeff Lawson to consider that and hand over now to Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, well, you can't get much more Australian than that company they're advertising up there. I just hope it doesn't run into that barrage balloon some particular stage. There'll be a clash of the sponsors. It's all very dramatic though, Aggers, isn't it, really?
It could be, potentially. It's dramatic in the middle too, as Warren comes pacing in, and he's bowling to Strauss, with 3 men around the bat. That's a full ball outside the off stump, has been paddled away down to long leg by Strauss, who takes one more to go to 31. Neck and neck, these two. Trescothick 32, 69 for no wicket, and we're in the 18th over. As Warren walks back busily, rubbing the ball on the back of his trousers. One of those close fielders goes out to square legs. There are 2 men out on the boundary on the leg side, one at deep mid wicket, the other at deep backward square leg. There's a forward short leg, that's Katic with the helmet on. Hayden is at slip, down they go. Warren's on his way, pacing in, he bowls with a grunt. Trescothick comes forward here, pushing that carefully up to extra cover, and there's no run. 69 for no wicket. The sun's still trying to come out, there's a lot of cloud around, but 1 or 2 shadows forming now, as Warren, bowling without his sweater on, comes in, tosses this well up, a much slower ball, which is again swept away by Trescothick. They've taken one. Kasparovich comes galloping round to his left, hurls the ball in low to Gilchrist, and they take 1 run, and Warren there purses his lips and then animatedly orders people about. He wants Ponting, he calls people up, doesn't he? He wants them moved. He's always thinking, Warren. He's always doing something.
Well, there's not much happening for Australia off the pitch at the moment, so they've got to find other areas to make it happen, and between the ears is one. But that last ball, as you call it, is much slower, and he's trying to get variations in paces. There's no spin in the pitch at the moment, as we would not expect on the first morning of a test match, so he's trying all these other tricks, which are not necessarily restricted to bowling the cricket ball.
So 3 men now for Strauss, and that's a quicker one on the leg stump, and it's flicked away by Strauss, but stopped there by Katic in that short leg position. I think it was a flipper, but it was pushed through much more quickly, and Strauss sweeps away a bit of dirt there on the pitch, real or imaginary, we don't really know, but he settles down again. 70 for no wicket. That's the England score, having been put into bat by Ricky Ponting this morning. And here's this measured approach again from Warren. Another sweep from Strauss. A howl from Warren. But the ball is down in Kasparovich's hands at deep backward square. Warren there with his hands on his hips. He's staring at Strauss as if to say, how could he possibly play that shot and get away with it? But you're right, it's all mind games. He came off the middle of the bat, and he got a pretty good position for it. He got that left foot, or the right foot rather, outside the off stump. That's what he has to do.
Well, that's right. It was never LBW had it hit the pad. He got in a great position to play it.
So Trescothick on 33, waits for Warren, up he comes, and again, he's clobbered it, hammered it, straight down the ground for 6. Billy Bowden can't quite believe it, but he's going to enjoy himself signalling it, and where did that come from? Well, I think everyone is slightly surprised by that, not least Warren, who's got his cap on, pulling his sweater on. Trescothick looks as phlegmatic as you like, he's leaning on his bat, saying, well, 6 over his head, he had to go, but that was an extraordinary shot.
Well, the ball was a little wide. I mean, the line Warren would normally bowl if it's turning. It did give Trescothick that opportunity to go after it with a fraction of width, but he hit it straight back. He didn't hit it over the slog sweep or over mid-off. It was straight back over his head. And with such an ease of bat swing as well. Mind you, that does bring into our conversation we've had about the size of cricket grounds these days with ropes and boundaries in. It's not that long a hit down there.
Confident shot though, wasn't it?
A very confident shot off the middle of the bat. And part of England's game plan. Do not let warm dominate.
Yeah, they have been working hard. They've had a new bowling machine at them, haven't they? In goes Kasperovich and bowls it short. Strauss might have pulled that, but instead he just turns it away for a single to square leg. Katic is the fielder, 78 for no wicket. They've been batting against this leg-spinning bowling machine and trying all sorts of techniques. And it's interesting to see the amount of shots that have been going through the leg side of Warne, as if they've been deliberately practicing hitting the ball away, sweeping, premeditating that sweep shot. But that was a terrific shot from Trescothick. It was a skimmer, wasn't a high one. In goes Kasperovich, and Trescothick this time allows that to pass through outside the off stump.
Well, if you are going to attack Warne, the best time to do it is early in the match when the ball's not spinning. First morning, you're on top. This is the time to really go after him and go after him hard. Do not let him get away now, because as this game wears on, the pitch will turn more and it'll be far more difficult to play. But this is the ideal time to be attacking Shane Warne.
78 for no wicket. Trescothick has 39. He waits again for Kasperovich, who comes in off a short run and bowls on the off stump. And Trescothick nearly played that into his stumps. For a moment there, he looked back, jerking his head back, making sure that he was safe. In fact, the ball rolled around by his feet. And there's no run. Lee has bowled 5 overs, Gillespie 6, Kasperovich is in his 5th over, Warne has bowled 3, and if you're wondering why I haven't mentioned Glenn McGrath, then he isn't playing. He injured himself in the warm-ups this morning. He's twisted his ankle, at least, and he's out of the game. In goes Kasperovich, and this is outside the off stump, and Trescothick lets that go through. They're awaiting X-ray reports and that sort of thing to determine absolutely what he has done, but he trod on a cricket ball this morning.
Well, there's been a couple of camera shots of him downstairs just below us in the dressing room with a cup of tea, not looking too perturbed. Well, I haven't seen the ice pack on his ankle, which I'm sure there is, but he doesn't look...
Fred Poultice, I'd hope. He's not got one on.
Fred Poultice.
78 for no wicket. Off goes Kasperovich, and that's the catch they shout. He's going to get 4 of those. That's flown past Hayden in the gully and down through a square third man. It wasn't a controlled shot, that one. Hence Kasperovich's yell of despair as that just flew past Hayden's left hand and away for another boundary. And they're mounting up now. Bill, what do we have?
That's 6 and 15 fours.
Remarkable, really. In the 19th over of the test match, having been put into bat.
Yeah, first morning of the match, it's been extraordinary scoring.
Trescothick's on 43. Kasperovich bowls to him again, short of a length on the off stump. It's punched away. Oh my word, he's timed that well. There's a chase for Martin, but he can't get it. And that's, well, for me, probably the shot of the day. From just short of a length, Trescothick went back and simply pushed that through the line. He timed it absolutely beautifully, and off the back foot he picks up 4 more through the covers. A glorious stroke to go to 47, and England to 86 for no wicket.
18 off the last 2.
Well, an outstanding stroke amongst a number he's played today. Really, he looks so much more confident. Whether that's because McGrath's not bowling at him, we're not too sure.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, well, it could be, but he's got that front foot out there, and the bat swings. He's waiting for the ball to come to him. He's not out there too quick, hitting it too early. It just looks like a very confident player at the moment. And his score indicates that 47 off 66. Hardly a pole shot, although you get caught off an O ball.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it's been pretty good stuff.
Glorious stroke. 86 for no wicket. We've been jointly reprimanded by some of our Australian listeners, by the way, Jeff. Well, maybe you were being kind to me when I was talking about Henry Lawson and Waltzing Matilda. In comes Warne, and that's pushed away off the front foot, just to the left hand of Ponting there at Silly Point.
That was written by A.B. Patterson.
Our old friend Banjo, wasn't it? So apologies to any Australians who are offended by that. Many thanks to all of you who've emailed.
All 17,000.
Well, we've had a few. No one from Longreach, though. If there is anyone listening in Longreach, and send us an email, tms@bbc.co.uk. That's tossed up by Warne. Catch it, he shouts, as that's pushed away off the pad. Up there by Ponting at Silly Point, and there's no run. I've had emails on bread poultices too, thanks for that. And they
from your mum?
Well, they're usually used, apparently, more for sort of boils and that sort of thing, but
It's not an optometrical term. Not sure if we get it in that line.
Well, here's Warne again, and that's down the leg side. So the attempted quicker one, and not a good ball really. Strauss simply watched it into Gilchrist's gloves. 86 for no wicket, but he's really mixing it up, Warne. There's no question of just bowling 6 balls exactly the same.
There's a lot of variety at the moment, isn't there?
Scrambling the seam, he's bowling leg spinners, he's bowling a slider. Up he comes again, outside the off stump, and Strauss simply pads that away. 86 for no wicket.
But he has these bag of tricks, and normally to think there's a spinner on before the first hour's up on the first of one of the test matches is ludicrous, but this man does it regularly. He comes on and bowls well, but England are taking to him.
Here's Warne again, and Strauss again patiently simply pads that away. Another howl from Warne, but the bat was nowhere near that. And Ponting picks the ball up there. Well, Jim Maxwell, who I think fancies a flutter every now and then, was telling me that yesterday he'd been trawling around a bookmaker's website and found that Shane Warne was 11-1 to be man of the match. Here's Warne again, flatter, Strauss forward, that runs away to backward point. Seems incredibly long odds to me, a non-batter, I must admit, but I mean, Warne must be one of the top 2 or 3 people taking part in this match to be man of the match. But apparently yesterday Jim got a little bit at 11-1.
Well, he would at those odds. He's that kind of guy. But there's 22 players in the game, and so Warne's only middle of the field to be man of the match, having taken 580 whatever it is, test wickets. So yeah, I'm not surprised he had a dabble.
No. 86 for no wicket, and Trescothick will resume his battle with Kasparovich. Dark-haired, very well built, and he's going to continue from the pavilion end. Bit of a hold-up here. Someone needs to sit down. Someone here, in fact, with a blue coat, I can see, who's now cowering. He's been told off by Rudy Kurtz and the umpire, and he's cowering at the back, which will allow play to continue. 86 for no wicket. And off goes Kasparovich, he bowls, and Trescothick allows that first ball to pass harmlessly by outside the off stump. And I think 1 or 2 discussions happening there. There they are, look, Ponting, Warne and Gilchrist, all hands on hips, or Warne's looking over his shoulder there at the scoreboard, Gilchrist offering something, Ponting, hands on hips, looking at the ground at the moment, but some discussions, I'm sure, about how they're going to break this opening partnership. Kasparovich runs in and bowls on the off stump. Trescothick plays that into the offside again, off predominantly the front foot. He does move his feet very much, but his weight was going forward there rather than back.
Well, the Australians just have to be steady and consistent, and when they have fallen behind sides on that rare occasion in the last few years, they've really gone back to plan A, which is play normal cricket, bowl line length, keep it tight, try to restrict the run scoring. But I would like to see the bowlers just go wider on the crease a bit to Trescothick now and then.
Kasparovich was a good one that goes straight through him, and Kasparovich there very enthusiastically appealed, I think, for caught behind. It was given not out, but they came nipping back. One of the few balls that we've seen this morning really do anything. Maybe brush the trousers or something of Trescothick there. Again, no footwork, rather contrived, I think, to bring about that player miss, but there have been few and far between deliveries like that this morning. The sun definitely out now as Kasparovich bowls outside the off stump, and Trescothick keeps the bat out of the way. 86 for no wicket, and Edgbaston absolutely full, which is terrific. Our 2 in their costumes over there to our right, and gentlemen in very pink shirts. I see a little group of them, maybe a dozen, sitting there in the middle of the Hollies stand. And we find all sorts in there, bishops and nuns and Elvis Presleys and so on. Not though today. In goes Kasparovich, and again Trescothick allows that to pass by outside the off stump. Again with patience here, really.
Is it still a Saturday dress-up day at Edgbaston?
Well, N-Power, the sponsors, have rather brought in this
have they?
This fancy dress day. And
some are definitely ahead of the clock, aren't they?
Well, Edgbaston has always been a place, particularly that stand over to our right there, where it does tend to be a sort of fancy dress at all times stand. But If you go into Edgbaston, that's the one if you want a noisy time to sit in, but not so if you want to sit here quietly. Here's Trescothick driving that away into the offside. A lovely stroke and a good piece of fielding there at backward point. Denied Trescothick another 4. Beautifully timed stroke, lacing it away into the covers. And it's 86 for no wicket with 47 to Trescothick, 33 to Strauss. And Radio 4 listeners are off for the shipping forecast with Andy Rushton. And it's Warne who's continuing from the City end. He's bowling to Trescothick, who has 47. It's a full toss. Who's clipped away wide and mid-on. They'll take 1 as the fielder there tumbles over and over. It's Lee. And so Trescothick goes to 48. Radio 4 listeners have missed a lovely 4 in this over to Strauss, who simply nudged the ball away into the leg side. We thought here it was going to go for 1. It flew away for 4 runs. So he's timing the ball very well. He's now on 38. The cheer there is for Justin Langer, who's got a rather love-hate relationship with England supporters. He's out there at deep mid-wicket, and it's Warne round the wicket, who bowls, and Strauss leans back. Doesn't really time this. Gillespie will stop it, but not before 1 run has been taken. And again, Langer waves goodbye as he now comes in from deep mid-wicket. And England move to 93 for no wicket, having been put into bat this morning. It's a terrific start. Runs have been flowing, and seen plenty of boundaries. He's in a 6 as well. Trescothick hit Warne for 6. And in comes Warne again, a flatter one, which is driven through the offside by Trescothick. Not particularly well timed. It won't go for 4. So they'll have 2, and that's all that Trescothick needs to bring up his half-century. And he's played very well indeed. He was caught off a no ball when he had 32. But that's the game. And he raises his bat, as many people here at Edgbaston are on their feet applauding a very promising innings. That's probably, I think, what people will be hoping, rather than a good innings full stop, but one that is the platform that England can now build on. 95 for no wicket with 23 minutes to go before lunch on this first day. Bill.
And that 50 came from 74 balls with a 6 and 9 fours in 97 minutes, and it's his 25th 50. He's got 12 hundreds as well in test matches, and his 5th 50 against Australia. His top score against them is only 76.
Thank you, sir. 95 for no wicket. Mike Selby's back. How much do we put this down to the McGrath absence factor?
It must be in the minds. Immediately there's a little bit of that pressure on off them, isn't there? I just wondering, all that good work all week they've been thinking, how are we going to play him? Are we going to go onto off stump? Are we going to spat out the crease? Are we going to whack him? Are we going to do all these things? And all the best laid plans.
Indeed. Kasovich is going round the wicket now, and this first ball is outside the off stump. Strauss watches it go through. 95 for no wicket. England have played very positively.
Well, they have played as if a weight's been lifted from their shoulders. And what I find most remarkable, I think, about this is that we're playing here on a sluggish old pitch that you think you wouldn't be able to time a boiled egg on it, would you? But yet the timing has been absolutely immaculate, isn't it?
There's Strauss coming forward, and it's pushed up to short extra cover. Langer's there, and there's no run. 95 for no wicket. And it's not a question of being wise after the event, and it could easily come back to haunt an unwise commentator. But I can only report the reaction out there in the middle, because I was there when Ponting decided to field first today. It was one of genuine surprise amongst everyone apart from Ricky Ponting.
It was. What have I done?
Yes. 95 for no wicket. And goes Kasparovich, and that's driven away. That's a glorious stroke by Strauss. He's driven him through extra cover for 4. And a long-haired ball boy out there, only a young lad, sends in rather a good throw, actually. And it's a beautiful stroke. Again, the shot of a good pitch.
It is. It's a belting pitch shot there. The timing has just been astounding, I think.
99 for no wicket. And in goes Kasparovich once again, and Strauss drives again, and again it'll go for 4. And the same ball boy runs round to his right, he misses it this time. And England's 100 comes up in only the 23rd over, having been put into bat. There are 103 for no wicket. And you don't often see a 100 partnership applauded in quite such a manner, but over there to our right of the Holly stand, virtually everyone on their feet. It's just the fight back the England supporters wanted. 103 for no wicket, with 50 to Trescothick, 47 to Strauss. And now Ponting is reinforcing the offside. There are 2 slips in the gully. There's a short point, 10 yards from the bat or so. An extra cover, a backward point in the mid-off as Kasevich bowls to Strauss, who's forward this time. And it's fielded there in the offside. Bill?
The 100 partnership in exactly 100 minutes, 22.4 overs and off 141 balls.
Well, it has been a remarkable partnership. I suppose we have to add the usual cautionary damper here, and it's just that actually England did pretty well the first session at Lord's too, didn't they? And it can come back. Of course, it's very early in the game, but this has been an exhilarating start by England. Actually, just being out in the field there as the players were coming out, did you not sense the great sense of urgency that they actually had as they walked out there?
Absolutely. In goes Kasevich, and Strauss lets that last ball pass by outside the off stump. The over comes to an end. It's 103 for no wicket. We have 18 minutes to go before lunch on this first day. Australia will be very keen indeed to break this partnership before the break. 50 to Trescothick, 47 to Strauss. More from Mike Selby, and then through to the break it'll be Jim Maxwell.
Yeah, we tend to regard Marcus Trescothick as being the leading player in this partnership, if you like, the more aggressive of the two, but this Andrew Strauss is right up there with him, just 3 runs behind. He's played himself in a little more calmly, if you like, than Marcus Trescothick, who was timing it from the word go, but now he's unveiled some terrific shots. Those 2 cover drives in the last over there, immaculate shots.
So, hello. Well, kept the crowd entertained out in the deep. Yes, with was a Langer going back to the line out there behind square, or just in front of square. Warren's bowling, slip and a short leg, and a wallop again by Trescothick, dragging the ball away towards a wideish mid wicket for another 4. And Langer's not skipping around there that time, he's just retrieving. And we're back here in a one-day game or something. What's going on? How many boundaries have been hit today? This is an orgy of run scoring.
Well, there's the 6 and just the 24s.
That's all. 86 of that 107 in boundaries. Goodness gracious. Trescothick's 54 and Strauss is 47. Warren again. Trescothick leans forward, kicks the ball away just outside the off stump, and then Warren's got his work cut out at the moment. It's a good pitch, a very good pitch. And it just takes me back to a chat I was having as I arrived at the ground a couple of days ago with John Inverarity, the former Australian who's coaching here at Warwickshire. And he said, this will be a good pitch. And he said, I'm telling you, these fellas can bat. England can bat. So he's right. Spot on. Warren bowls. Trescothick goes back and pulls the ball away. And the Langer goes to his right, then to his left when he realises the ball wasn't quite going where he thought it was struck initially. And he picks it up, and the score is none for 108.
You can never really say somebody's been, or rarely can you say somebody's been absolutely wrong with the toss until you've seen the outcome of the game, so you see how it unfolds. But at this point, I must say that most people seem bemused by Ricky Ponting's decision, because it went against all the advice of any number of people.
Warren bowls just outside the off stump. It hits the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. Very optimistic shout around the wicket. Hit him outside the line. There's certainty about that turning back into the stumps, and Billy Bowden shook his head there. But Warren, well, he's got an inquiry going. That's a start. Hasn't had too many of those so far. The ball has been hitting the middle of the bat most of the time. Just trying a different angle here. He goes up at Strauss, and Strauss is back and watching the ball slowly turn and gets a single as he pushed with the spin towards the man down there at mid-on, Brett Lee, who's a little bit deep. He's warming up to have a fling at them before lunch. So Australia in the field without their trump pace bowler, Glenn McGrath, who rolled his ankle after treading on a ball prior to the game. Went off to hospital. He's back at the ground, but he's not playing. Warren bowls. Forward goes Trescothick. Another run is milked as it's pushed quietly towards wideish mid-on. And the worn overs have not done the damage they did at Lord's. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37. And the 6 is included in that collection. It's none for 110, Trescothick 56 and Strauss 48. 15 minutes before lunch on the first day.
I think another thing that's helped England, of course, is that they're doing this on their own terms, aren't they? If you had the, England, if they'd have wanted to bowl first on here, and Australia win the toss and actually do what England would have wanted to have done, it detracts a little bit when we wanted to bowl, but we've got to go and bat. But they didn't. They wanted to bat anyway. So Australia have actually done what they wanted them to do, and I think mentally that will have helped them when they went out there. They went out with a great sense of urgency. Just talking to Aggers, we were last people to leave the field actually just down on the boundary there. So we did get this wonderful sense of as the Australians first took the field, and then the England batsmen followed. There was a absolute tumultuous noise as they went out there, and you could see the sense of purpose on them as they walked out to bat.
Well, we're seeing Brett Lee bowl around the wicket now from the pavilion end. He started with a new ball. He didn't swing it, did not swing a ball. He goes up and bowls now, and it's short and it's cut straight to point. Another crisp stroke from Trescothick, and Clark fielding out there at point. So Australia going in with a deal of expectation, and it could have been different. Strauss was dropped by Warne when he was 4 off Gillespie. A difficult chance, low to his left. It went in and it didn't stick.
And of course the catch that off the no ball of Trescothick too. So Australia will go into lunch saying, well, we have had our chances.
Can they create any more before the break? As Lee, with 2 slips into gully, bowls now. Trescothick is back and he forces the ball away. Another confident stroke. He's in control out there. The pace of the pitch is right in his court. Back and across, behind it, and middled it sweetly out to Langer on the offside. And this ground is like Grease lightning. There's going to be a huge number of runs plundered in this game for the first couple of days, you'd reckon, on what we've seen here.
It's a couple of short boundaries too. It's a strange shape ground for
Lee again. Goes in and bowls. Trescothick chases the short ball and hits it behind point, and a diving save over there from Michael Clark prevents a boundary. Didn't middle that. He knocked it down behind backward point in that direction towards the boundary. They took a single. It goes up to David Shepherd, none for 111. 57 to Trescothick and 48 to Strauss as Lee decides to stick on this line around the wicket just to try to create something, maybe with the odd ball that bounces a bit, but it's not doing anything off the pitch as he goes in now and he bowls, and Strauss is leaving a lined ball right near the off stump, just outside. He saw it, didn't like it, and let it go. So the capacity of the ground, 17,500. I hope they're all in now. There was a long queue forming at one part of the ground with the heavy security that's obviously in place. There's the sense of vigilance all about, as you can imagine, after the unhappy events that have been taking place in this country. And it's understandable that there should be such a high state of alert. As Lee bowls now, and it's short, tightening him up. Strauss is back and he forces out to Clark in front of point, and there's no run to be had there. So there's some sun around, a bit of cloud, and the chances are that we'll get through most of this day without disturbance. There could be some dull light later on, according to our man Everton Fox at the Met, the Weather Bureau, there on the BBC weather. And maybe some rain around on Sunday. In the sunshine, here's Lee. Straight, strong approach. He bowls now, and Strauss is following the ball and running it on the bounce away to Hayden, who's there in the gully to collect it. And Rudy Curtin calls over with England none for 111. Lee back into the game. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25.
It was a slightly calmer over, wasn't it? It was well bowled, well directed. Not absolutely on the limit in terms of his pace, and I think that's probably wise too. It's the law of diminishing returns, I suspect, eventually apply on a pitch like this. The more you thrash in the slower it'll come out. He might. I mean, it's an attritional. It's going to be an attritional day for Australia now. I think they've realised there isn't this movement that they might have expected there. That hasn't swung, hasn't really seemed. It's going to be a case of settling in there, sitting back, and letting the batsmen make the mistakes.
And Warne's having a chat to Ricky Ponting at the moment. Where to deploy the field? What tactic can the old schemer come up with? He's going to bowl over the wicket again. He tried a couple around the wicket. As Simon Kadich is just having a problem or two adjusting his equipment here. He's putting on those little shin pads to protect his legs in its short leg. And they've gone back with a mid-off cover, backward point and a slip, and the onside protected by mid-on, who's back a little. There's an easy single down there really to Kasparovich. A deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square. Now Kadich, despite the fact that he's got the protection on, has gone back to an orthodox mid-wicket, and Martin's around the corner on the sweep at short fine.
Must be going to belt it out if he doesn't want to go there, isn't he?
It's yes, probably he's going to lurk for Strauss, but not for Trescothick. He likes to go that way, and he's driving here, and he's driving through the hands of the man at point, Clark, for a single, only one. He dived and he saved 4 there, and didn't quite control the diving save, and had to wiggle back a couple of paces to collect as they took a single. None for 112, Trescothick 58, and here comes Kadich now to collect his helmet and nestle into that posse. The roadblock on the onside at short leg, and Ponting switches from cover to mid-wicket, and Warne around the wicket. There's nothing to bowl into at the moment. No real marking up at this point of the match, but Warne just using his variation around the wicket at Strauss. Strauss forward, uses the pad, as he didn't like the look of that particular ball outside the off stump, so he kicked it out to point. And they've done a wonderful job here, Strauss and Trescothick, as they did at the start of the second innings at Lord's, but couldn't carry on there. Warne's having another discussion with Ponting about where to put the field. What about getting a fella under the nose on the offside? Is that the conversation?
You'd think that, wouldn't you? They did have one there earlier to him. It's strange, actually, that they've not got the man in for Trescothick, because, you know, Strauss has belted him as much as Trescothick, hasn't he?
And Ponting's moving into that area we were just talking about, at a silly mid-off, very short cover. And Warne bowls. Strauss is back. He's bowled. Chopped it into his stumps. And Warne's amazing. England were going along so well, and Strauss went back there. He was a bit tight on the cut, and maybe the influence of the man coming in close just caused a change of stroke. But Warne is extraordinary. He has got the first wicket of the innings here. He tried to cut a ball that was far too close. May have chopped it into his stumps. And Strauss is out for a very good 48. But England have lost a wicket. 1 for 112. And it's Michael Vaughan who makes his entry, approaching lunch on the opening day.
Well, big wicket. He's an amazing fellow, isn't he, Shane Warne? You know, that was a lot of fiddling around with the field. And you can imagine the chat that's going on there with the change as well. All the should we do this, and letting the batsmen know what they're doing, what they're planning. Put the man in under there. That was a bit quicker too. It was flatter. Strauss went back late on the ball, I suppose.
Did he get a nick, or just go past his
I don't know.
bat?
I mean, it turned a little bit.
It did turn. I wasn't sure whether he nicked it or it had gone inside his stroke, but it was onto him quickly. Warne's, you can never discount him. Never discount him. It's extraordinary. He's been taking a bit of stick this morning, but he's just been working out a way to try and get the batsman to do something that could play into his corner, some misjudgment. Yes, he's up to 590, just 10 to go for the magic 600. And with Vaughan coming in, there's a slip, and under the nose on the off, and a roadblock on the on, and a short cover. Is this going to change the game dramatically, or just momentarily?
Well, just before lunch is not a good time to get out, is it?
So here's Warne over the wicket to the England captain, and Vaughan comes forward and just knocks the ball quietly down at his feet. and it's tidied up by Gilchrist. And another chance to see this ball, which turned.
I'm not sure he did get anything on that.
Looked like it went straight through.
Yeah.
Between bat and pad, he was just too tight on it, and it bowled him. Hit the off stump. No inside edge. Vaughan in again to Vaughan. Vaughan goes forward and he gets a run. Sends it quietly, a little tentatively away to the onside. A push, more than a stroke. And he's off the mark. 1 for 113. And now Trescothick back on strike. It's been a wonderful morning of Test cricket, though, with England sent in and having a counter-attack at the Australian bowling, picking them off all over the place for boundaries. And now for Trescothick, another little change in the field with that dismissal. Still the slip, the only close-in fielder. Worn over the wicket. Trescothick goes forward and he just gently sends the ball to the left of Kasparovich, coming from mid-on, and they take a single, and Warne completes the over. So applause for Warne. He's got the breakthrough. 1 for 114, with Strauss making 48 from 76 balls with 10 fours before he was bowled by the leg break. An opening partnership of 112 in 113 minutes of attractive batting.
Terrific piece of bowling, though, wasn't it? You know, he is an amazing cricketer, Shane Warne. I think he conjured that. It was almost his personality, his sheer willpower that took the wicket there, I reckon.
So this will be the last over before lunch. Lee starts it, and Trescothick plays the short ball down and away to the boundary for another 4. Beautifully played. Just a little bit of width, and he waited for it and used the pace of the ball. He didn't smash it to the boundary. He just allowed the ball to come and then cut it without any great vigour down to the boundary.
That's almost his one-day shot, you know, when there are no close fielders in there. It's the one we always say, oh yeah, but he doesn't want to get into playing that one because when there are slip fielders there, that'll be his undoing.
There's movement near the screen. Reedy Kurtzen plays policeman. Sit down. And away goes Lee to run in and bowl, and Trescothick gets another short ball. He uppercuts it. That's going out to the boundary for 4, almost 6. 6! It has gone over the line. The perfect uppercut as Lee flung the ball into the pitch, and Trescothick, like he was just walking into the rooms to pick up a sandwich that was lying about, just boop, nonchalantly knocked it over the top and away over the line for a 6er. His second 6.
Yes. What an extraordinary morning, isn't it?
1 for 124.
Game's changed, hasn't it?
The rate of scoring is phenomenal. Around the wicket, Lee tries again. Trescothick goes back, gets a ball that he can't put away to the boundary because it's tighter near the line of the off stump, and so he just knocks it dead in front. He's 69, and how many of those have been boundaries, Bill? 2 6s and
11 fours.
Well, that's 56 of his 69 in boundaries. In a test match? Well, Gilchrist does it sometimes, but not many others.
Everyone a coconut too. I mean, there hasn't been a bad shot among them, has there?
He's hit some beauties through the covers, back over the bowler's head, and in this over a 4 and an uppercut 6. Lee goes in again to bowl. Trescothick drives beautifully through the covers. It races across the square for another 4. Oh, this is a treat to watch. He moves to 73 at 1 for 128. They're steaming along here. And Australia, of course, haven't got McGrath, and Lee's taking some stick in this over, so much so that Ponting has got to put another man out on the offside. So he's going to bowl around the wicket to a 7-2 field. 2 slips, gully, a shortish point, then a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. Sun streams down, Lee bowls, and he leaves just outside the off stump. It pitched and it held its line. It went through just off bail height outside the line. A good judgment, but it gave those behind the stumps a moment of excitement, thinking it might rattle back and hit the off stump.
Bit of lunch in that, I think. A lunch leave. I think he would have belted that normally.
One more ball to come before he can enjoy a sandwich or whatever. A pork pie, perhaps. Cup of tea. Lee bowls to him, and he's forward and he's driving magnificently through the covers for another 4. Cop that. 18 from the last over before lunch. And England careering along here, despite the loss of Strauss, go in at 1 for 132, and the crowd are up and applauding. This has been a wonderful performance. 77 to Trescothick before lunch on the opening day of a test against the world champions. Admittedly, the champs without the gun bowler McGrath, but he has hit the ball supremely in this batting exhibition, and he raises his bat as he wanders off, and all around the ground they're up applauding Marcus Trescothick. England sent in 1 for 132, 13 fours, 2 sixes, 89 balls for his 77 runs. Just sit down and collect my thoughts there. 1 for 132. Vaughan has won, and Strauss the man out, bowled by Warne, the imperturbable Warne, for 48. And the bowling figures: lead 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43, 18 from that over. Gillespie 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 24. Kasparovich 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 25. And Warne 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. Well, the first day at Lord's was manic. This has certainly been exciting.
Well, if England wanted to have a riposte to the underperformance of Lord's, they really couldn't have done it in finer style. That was an absolutely exhilarating morning's cricket. Edgbaston tests always have a special atmosphere anyway, but I think that's as good as it gets, isn't it? In terms of entertainment. Australians might not think so, but it's at this moment. But they've been part of a great entertainment. Trescothick is just astounding there. He's one thing or the other, Marcus Trescothick, and in both cases he looks the same. He doesn't move his feet. He just stands there and belts it. Now sometimes you interpret that as being a bit indolent, a bit lazy, can't get his feet moving. Another time you say, what economy of effort? And today he's in the economy of effort mode. Magnificent timing. 77 runs.
His highest against Australia.
Is it indeed?
He's only averaging 28.6 against Australia coming into this match.
Well, power to add, as they say. It's well, England need to crack on. Obviously, after lunch, they can't sit back, as indeed they did pretty much after the. Steve Waugh made the point actually in his column that the Australians seem to have drawn strength from the way that England almost felt the game was over after they bowled them out in the first innings at Lord's. They were well on top there. So England have to learn from that and say, well, this is just the start. We've made our point, but actually, there's no point in getting 132 of 27 overs if you're 270 all out. So they really do have to crack on though.
But other than Warne on this pitch, have they really got the ammunition? Can you have the ammunition on a pitch that looks a belter?
Well, I think you have to know how to bowl on the surface, don't you? You have to say, right, it's a slow pitch. Anything short is going to get carved away. So you have to say, if I'm going to you've got to bowl, a good length is what's required, but you have to err on over pitching. You can set fields for that. You can set fielders in front of the bat for the drive. You can put a man out on the fence. No disgrace in putting a scout out on the boundary, for example. You might cut off the best shot, but keep the ball up there, bowl a line, be consistent, be attritional, and I think that's the only way they're going to do it. They've got to wear England down. They've got to do to England what McGrath does, habitually. McGrath is a defensive bowler, isn't he? By nature, he gives nothing away. He makes the batsman make the mistake. He makes them get bored, and that's what they've got to do. They've got to rein England in at the moment and bore them out.
27 overs bowled so far in the game. They're going at 5 and over. This is thrilling batting, and you're going to enjoy a lot more description of it, I'm sure, after lunch. Trescothick is 77. Vaughan Vaughan 1. Strauss out, bowled by Vaughan for 48, repeating that Glenn McGrath withdrew from the side after rolling over on his right ankle. He trod on a ball in the warm-ups, and as a result he had to go to hospital for a precautionary x-ray. He's back at the ground. I think he's feeling a bit better, that he's out of the match, and there's a monitor on whether or not he'll be playing in the next one, which starts in a week's time. So, sent in, England off to a thrilling start, 132 for 1.
And what an astonishing morning's cricket we have witnessed. The best laid plans go awry occasionally, don't they? But mercifully during the interval and not during the cricket. England 132 for 1. Trescothick, who's been in the most astonishing form, is 77 not out. Michael Vaughan, who came in when the score was 112, when Strauss was bowled by Vaughan for 48. Michael Vaughan has got a single, and indeed it's going to be Vaughan who is going to face Gillespie, who's coming on at the City end to bowl the first over after lunch. It's an important moment. It's a critical moment. Vaughan has not been in the runs. He spent 2 or 3 days in conclave with Duncan Fletcher, the England coach, up in Leeds, and let's hope this has done what needs to be done. I've been joined by Michael Selby. What do you think the problem has been with Vaughan?
I mean, he's getting bowled out too much, isn't he? I'm not being simplistic there, but a good player shouldn't get bowled.
Some shouldn't be hit so much. No.
I think he's comes across the line a little bit. Been a lot of expectation on him. Maybe that's weighed in his mind. He said he went to Duncan Fletcher more for what he called an MOT, a little bit of reassurance that things are okay, rather than trying to find something that wasn't okay. Now, whether that's a little bit of denial, I don't know. But he went away and he got, well, by all accounts, it was a very good 100 in the one-day game. Now, people say, well, prepare for Test cricket with a one-day game. I actually think it's not a bad idea just to feel the ball on the bat and to feel it racing away. So with Trescothick playing in the 2020 game.
Runs in the middle, there's no substitute for them. Gillespie bowls the first ball after lunch, wide of the off stump. No stroke from Vaughan, and Gilchrist swoops it up low near first slip's left boot. The score stays on 132 for 1. Yes, the extraordinary thing about Vaughan was, I mean, the Australians will remember him from when he went to Australia 3 years ago, hit those 300s, and he's never really found that form again, has he?
It may just be, of course, that that was the exception rather than the rule.
Of course. And it's beginning to look that way a bit. 2 steps to Gully and a short cover as Gillespie's in again, bowls to Vaughan outside the off stump. Vaughan there politely leaves it alone, say, I'll have nothing to do with that one, thank you very much. And again, it is taken by Gillespie. But of course, form is a funny old will-o'-the-wisp, isn't it? And today, England have had things go their way. Yeah. McGrath standing on that ball, Strauss being dropped by Vaughan low at first slip, Trescothick giving a catch to the gully off a no ball. And, you know, one just feels that the psychological thing has changed, and that's, from England's point of view, hope it's changed for Vaughan. Not from the Australian point of view, I hardly need add. And here is Gillespie. That was nearer the off stump, but still no need for a stroke from Vaughan, who came forward and let that go through. And it's a good chance for me to say good evening, or good night, or good early morning to those of you listening in Australia. And I hope you've got your glasses splendidly charged, because listening as late as this, I think you need a little bit of sustenance, especially when, in your view, the unlikely circumstances have arisen that England, having been put into bat, are 132 for 1. But strange things do happen in the cricket field, and that is, of course, what makes it such a great game. And if that isn't not platitude, I don't know what is. Here comes Gilchrist again. In, past umpire Bowden, up to the wicket, bowls to Vaughan, wide of the off stump, going further away, and again no stroke from the England captain, and Gilchrist goes across in front of slip and takes. To give you the full field, we got 3 slips to gully, a short cover, mid-off, mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg down underneath the balcony to our left, out of sight from us. It's a lovely day. The clouds have pulled away. We've got lots of blue sky this afternoon and bright sunshine. Absolutely full house here at Edgbaston, which is looking perfect. A few gaps in the crowd, in fact, because the hospitality suites at the far end of the ground are doing their business, but people will be back eventually. And here is Gillespie in, bowls to Vaughan outside the off stump. History repeats itself for the 5th time this over. And Gilchrist goes across and takes. It is extraordinary, isn't it, how bowler who's bowled quite well this morning, quite well at the start, suddenly comes out after lunch and just cannot find quite the right place to bowl.
I think we might see a little bit of that, that it's so what we call attritional bowling this afternoon, though, actually bowling it out there.
Come and get me if you dare.
That's right, yes.
Right. Well, Gilchrist is not really giving Vaughan the slightest piece of temptation at the moment. He's been well wide of the stumps. Let's see what happens now. Here he is coming in. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls and Vaughan comes forward, plays that beautifully away through mid-wicket, and that's going to be the first of the afternoon's boundary, I think, or will that be pulled up? No, it's not. It's been pulled up by Cat. It's just short of the boundary, and he didn't have quite the timing on it. I thought he did when it left the bat. But Vaughan has got 3. He'll be well pleased with that. He goes to 4. It's now 135 for 1. We've had a power strike here. It looks as though the scoreboard on the far side of the ground's also had a power strike, because the score is remaining on 132 for 1 and Vaughan on 1 when he should have gone to 4. So that's going to be add to make it a little bit more interesting for us this afternoon.
Oh, well, it is interesting. That's electrically operated. And of course the other scoreboard is a digital scoreboard.
They've lost the screen as well.
They lost the screen, so nobody will know what's going on, will they? Well,
they won't.
Perhaps we'll have to shout out the window at them. Or of course those people in the crowd who are listening can relay the score on, Henry.
So, Bill, we've appointed you as honorary scoreboard for the moment.
Better find the frindometer again.
The frindometer, yes. The emphasis on what I said was on the word honorary, of course. And it's going to be Kasparovich who's going to bowl the second over of the afternoon from the pavilion end. With a dead scoreboard, a dead big screen. There's been a big electricity cut all the way around here. The public address system goes on. I dare say they've got their own generator. And Kasparovich walks a couple of strides, and here he is prancing in, up to the wicket, bowls to Vaughan, outside the off stump. Vaughan comes forward, plays no stroke, and then does a little bit of a dance, a la Robin Smith, in the crease at the other end, just to loosen his muscles and perhaps maintain a bit of concentration. There's a gentleman over there at deep backward square leg, in fawn trousers and a dark sort of jerkin, who's walking rather briskly about. I don't think he's about to put the plug in and produce power, but he's going on. He's walking like a man on a mission. He disappears through a gate just about now. Here's Kasparovich in, bowls to Vaughan. Vaughan's forward, a nice-looking stroke. Kasparovich himself fields, and our gentleman with the fawn trousers has gone through the gate. Oh no, he's not on a mission. Once he gets through it, he stands with his hands on the bars of the gate and watches the cricket. How disappointing. I thought he was going to do something.
Of course, if this is still not working in half an hour's time, somebody will come back from their corporate lunch, haven't been watching. They'll say, they've got their shell after what an exhilarating morning. They're blocking it.
Very good. Here comes Kasparovich again. Vaughan is forward, pushing that easily through the covers, and there's going to be one. Langer's after it. They come back the second, and in fact, it was Clark who was after that, Michael Clark, the left-handed throw. And they've collected 2 runs. So Vaughan goes now to 6, I would think, and the score to 137 for 1.
Yes, absolutely right.
Is that right, Bill? McGrath, we got a note, no obvious damage. He's torn a lateral ligament. That is the only damage. And he's currently on crutches, which seems to me to be fairly severe. And the treatment he's having is lots of ice.
It doesn't really give us a prognosis there, does it?
No.
One would assume that with back-to-back test matches that Old Trafford is probably out of the equation.
And Kasparovich starts in again, bowling now to Vaughan. He's there, he bowls. Vaughan goes back, pushes into cover, thinks of a single. But Clark is there very quickly, shies at the stump, and it's gone for buzzers. 4 buzzers, and overthrows always bring gratification to the crowd. Clark shied at the stumps, and away it went for 4 overthrows. So that makes Vaughan go along, I think, to double figures, 10, doesn't it? And the score to 141 for 1. I can't go on doing this out of my head forever. Bill keeps giving me the thumbs up sign, which is very remarkable.
You crack on, Henry. You did a grand job there. That was a particularly poor piece of cricket. It was an unnecessary throw at the stumps, and the bowler reflected that. He didn't half give him a glare.
Kasparovich in, now bowls to Vaughan. Vaughan comes forward and pushes it through the covers. Pushes it, he drives it beautifully. That's 4 runs. Now that is the Vaughan of old. That was the most lovely stroke. And there's been a confidence about Vaughan in these first 2 overs, hasn't there? That really has been eye-catching. He goes to 14, the total to 145 for 1. And England are continuing with the excitement they produced this morning. We've now got another fielder coming across into the covers from mid-wicket, and the deep square leg has come up to save the single at square leg. So packing the offside field, As Kasparov is in again to Vaughan, he bowls and Vaughan just defends, no ball called, and it goes out into the covers, and Ponting is the man there who fields, and the score goes on to 146 for 1.
Well,
it is. I'm still managing to keep up with it.
There's a lot to be said, isn't there, for tin numbers hanging on a nail, you know.
Well, I do know, because it is indeed a good old tallywag time. Wasn't that what they called it?
Yeah.
I think it was when I was at school. It was the tallywag. Here's Kasparov in, bowls to Vaughan. Vaughan on the back foot, forces down to mid-off, and there is no run there. So it's 146 for 1. No, 147 for 1. I got it. 2 no balls. I got it wrong at last. 147 for 1. 77 to Skothick, 14 to Vaughan. And Vaughan full of confidence.
Well, he's gone. Kasparov's there for in that over, 8 of the runs in that over. He might think, that wasn't bad. He's gone for 4 overthrows, which didn't best please him. He's then bowled what seemed to be, to me, a perfectly respectable length and line delivery, which Vaughan just stood up, leant on, and eased it with immaculate timing through the timing of each of the batsmen that we've seen so far has astounded me on what is essentially a slow pitch and ought to be quite difficult for timing.
Well, it is extraordinary how things at the moment are turning round for England. It's Gillespie in bowls to Skothick. Skothick whips it off his leg, goes down to fine leg for 4. No one's going to get that, least of all Lee down there, and so that is 4 more. It was a lovely shot by Skothick. Wasn't a very good ball. He whipped it round fine off the middle of the bat. 150's up, 151 for 1, and 81 to Skothick. And if people you're curious why we're having a bit of trouble with the scores, it is because the scoreboard is electronically operated, and there is no electricity here at the ground. It has been a massive power failure. So we have to rely as ever on Bill. Here is Gillespie to Skothick. Skothick just stands up, plays it back defensively down the pitch, and Gillespie himself fields. The score remains on 151 for 1. And that helicopter, carrying a huge Australian sign behind it, continues to make a rather stately progress across the ground, going over the pavilion, over our left shoulder, while the blue dirigible bobbles around over there with its television camera. And here comes Gillespie again, up to the wicket, out bowls to Skothick. Skothick dabs his way on the, just behind square on the offside. They go for a quick single. Hayden from the gully gets to it, doesn't pick up, and the score goes on to 152 for 1 at Vaughan to 15. You were pointing at something of great figure.
Well, you probably noticed the telly's back on, the scoreboard's moving.
No, I didn't. I was
We're back in the 21st century now.
Oh,
we're okay.
Well, we're some of the way back anyway. So Bill puts away his abacus, and 151 for 1. Where the big screen hasn't come back on, but the scoreboard provides essential information for all of us. And Skothick has 82. And here is Gillespie bowling to Michael Vaughan. He's up the wicket, he bowls, Vaughan goes back and cuts, and that's going to be 4 runs. It was a splendid stroke. He stood up and he played it away just backward of square for 4. It was a lovely shot. And he's got 18 runs in no time at all. It's 155 for 1 now. And that was another stroke of great authority, wasn't it?
Well, it's extraordinary. I mean, that's exactly what you don't bowl on this pitch. Short of a length, it will just sit up. But, I mean, the ball is just being dispatched this afternoon as it was this morning.
It's sensational stuff. And here comes Gillespie again. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Vaughan comes forward, driving down to mid-on. He timed that one pretty well, too. And Martin had to scramble away there to pick that up. And so 155 for 1, the score. 82 to Skothick, 18 to Vaughan, and the man out for 48 was Andrew Strauss, who was bowled by Vaughan. One which he was trying to force away on the offside, came between bat and pad, probably under a flat bat, I think, probably more than between through the gate, so to speak. And Gillespie in again to Vaughan. Vaughan cuts, and that's into the covers. No, he didn't time that. It looked, I think, for a moment, and some of the crowd thought that was through for 4, but it wasn't. It was a very good piece of fielding there by Langer in the covers to his left, who stopped it, and there was no run. It's the end of the over, another very interesting over. 155 for 1, the score. 18 Michael Vaughan, 82 Marcus Skothick.
It was going to be a poor last delivery, that, he dragged it down. You could see that from the bowler's actions after he after Vaughan failed to score from it. It was there to be hit, but came through so slowly that not even Vaughan, in the sort of form he appears to be in, could time that one. But Jason Gillespie not getting his line right. He's not getting his length right. He really is at the moment a shadow of the terrific bowler that we've seen here in the past.
And my goodness me, Ponting must give his eye tooth, wouldn't he, for Glenn McGrath, who could come in and put it absolutely there or thereabouts. That's what these bowlers haven't been doing. It's going to be Kasperovich who's going to try again. And he's now bowling to Trescothick. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls outside the off stump, lifting a little, and no stroke from Trescothick, taken by Gilchrist. Kasperovich 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 36. And well, the other bowling figures: Lee 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. Gillespie 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 36. And Vaughan 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. The most, no, not quite the most expensive, but the only successful bowler so far. And it's Kasperovich in. He bowls, and forward comes Trescothick. Oh, and he timed that one beautifully. It went into the covers. Langer fielded, but in fact didn't pick it. No ball was being signalled too. So 156 for 1. Didn't he time that well?
It went like a shell, doesn't it?
It's extraordinary how this game is going on. And who can say that Test cricket is a dull game these days? It's anything but that. And Kasperovich prancing in now. He bowls it short. Trescothick goes back, just drops it down in front of him. And various fielders come in on the offside and from the leg side. It's Cattage from square leg who in the end picks up. And there is no run. And Michael Vaughan goes down the pitch and gives it a bit of a prod. So does Trescothick from the other end. And umpire Kurtzin comes forward and has a look. A gentleman in a red, rather voluminous red T-shirt walks up the steps over there by the cherry picker. I don't know what he's doing. Kasperovich, meantime, is in. Bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke there from Trescothick. And through it goes to Gilchrist. We've had a very untempestuous sort of day from the Eric Hollis stand, because that's where the noise and the fun is usually generated, and also where the fancy dress parties go on. And apart from a group of people in green, who I dare say will have something to do with Australia, sitting at the far end of it, I don't see any cross-dressing or fancy dressing. Here's Kasperovich in, bowls to Trescothick. Trescothick is forward, plays there to backward point. Clark picks up, turns to Gilchrist, and I think Mike Selvey has
the green T-shirts. I think they're the pride side, aren't they? Isn't that the N-Power kids? They come along and watch, and they give them go on the field there before play, and a special pack of games and scorecards and all sorts of things.
Oh, I hope so. Kasperovich in now. Bowls to Trescothick. Trescothick drives, and that's gone all the way through. Langer fell down, or he went right through him, in fact. I think on another day he would have felt that he should have stopped that one, but my goodness, he hit it well. He timed it beautifully. So that takes Trescothick along to 86, and the total to 160 for 1.
Well, you would expect that to be stopped, wouldn't you?
Yes.
He's hit it hard, but he's there to stop the hard hits. It's just grist to the mill.
And here comes Kasperovich once more into Trescothick. It's short. Trescothick goes back, cuts. It's that a great diving stop there behind square at backward point by Clark. He deflects the ball away, and they come back for a second run. So 88 to Trescothick at the end of the over. 162 for 1 the score. Vaughan 18, and just both these batsmen at the moment since lunch throwing everything up to and including the kitchen sink at it.
It's they're just carrying on where they left off at lunch. It's a real problem at the moment for Ricky Ponting, who's used to being in control. You know, whomsoever he calls up just comes and does the job for him, and often it doesn't matter who he turns to. But at the moment, he's really struggling to come with a combination that will rein back these England batsmen. He's got Kasperovich at this end, who I thought would bowl well in these conditions, who's really struggling for his rhythm. He's struggling with his run up. He's bowling no balls, and if you're doing that, your mind's not 100% on the job at the other end anyway. He's been backed up, or not been backed up by his fielders, which is further not helped. And at the other end, you've got Jason Gillespie, who's really again struggling for his own rhythm.
Well, here's Gillespie again. His long hair coming in with him up to the wicket. Now he bowls Vaughan. Vaughan's forward, a nice stroke. That's fielded there in the covers by Langer, and there's no run. And Bill has something statistical to tell us.
Well, first of all, Trescothick's score is his highest against Australia, previously 76, which was on this ground 4 years ago. And the other thing is their partnership, the opening partnership between Trez and Strauss of 112 is the highest first wicket partnership by England against Australia on this ground. And in 21 opening partnerships, there's only been one other of over 100. Back in 1909, C.B. Fry and Jack Hobbs put on 105 unbroken.
Well, Bill is the only man unaffected by the power cut. You can see here comes Gillespie bowls. Oh my goodness, Vaughan left that alone. He knows where his off stump is, but it wasn't all that wide of it. And just for a moment, the slips sort of went up, sensing that one just might have come back and hit the stumps. It didn't. 162 for 1 still the score. All the 8s, 88 to Trescothick, 18 to Michael Vaughan, and that one really... it went, I think, over the stumps, but almost over the off stump. It was a fairly precarious lead, I would have thought. And Gillespie it is, from the city end, coming in past umpire Bowden. He's there now, he bowls, Vaughan goes back, then slightly squared him up, played it into the covers, Langer twinkling in, fields, and there is no run. And I don't know why... Only the fiddling going on. I hope the sound is coming through. We're on a rather different machine to the one we were on this morning, but at least we're on. The power cut hasn't kept us off the air. Nothing shuts up Test Match Special, I think. Nothing silences Test Match Special. And here comes Gillespie in, bowls to Vaughan, and Vaughan goes, really plays it from the crease, down to mid-on, and Lee there is the fielder, returns to Gillespie, who doesn't take it cleanly for once. And chap in a yellow t-shirt and 2 of his friends in dark-coloured ones go for a walk in the stand just under the cherry picker across to our left. And the empty seats caused by the corporate hospitality wallers are beginning to fill up. I dare say they've been seeing from their television sets all the excitement, and I thought, this is too good to be true, and that last glass of port has been left full, or very nearly full. And to say nothing of the strawberry tart. Here comes Gillespie in, bowls, Vaughan is forward, pushes into the offside, Langer's in, and there's no run. 162 for 1 the score, and of course England were put into bat by Australia this morning. And those of you listening, I say, in Australia, instead of finding this a sort of something happy news to send you to sleep, it must induce insomnia. It's really bad news for you, and of course the injury to McGrath must in some part be responsible, but the psychological advantage has certainly moved to England today so far. Gillespie goes again to Vaughan. Vaughan's forward fluently, easily, doesn't quite time it. It bounces into the ground, fielded in the covers, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. It's 162 for 1, 88 to Trescothick, 18 to Michael Vaughan, and after another word from Mike Selvey, it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, already Michael Vaughan seems to be moving nicely into his strokes. He got well forward there to Jason Gillespie, moved into it really, really well. It still is a surprise to me that they're all timing the ball so well in here. Perhaps it's lost a little bit of its early sluggishness, just coming on a little bit better, as one would expect it to do so over the course of the game. It'll harden up the pitch, no doubt, but Ricky Ponting still struggling for some control here.
162 for 1, thank you, Mike. Here comes Kasevich bowling on middle and leg to Trescothick, who turns that away to square leg, and there's no run. Hopefully everything is restored here. Well done, blowers, are soldiering on there. Rather difficult circumstances, good training for the winter, possibly, but there was a power cut that literally hit the whole ground. It took everything out, the scoreboard, the electronic screen, absolutely everything. And even Bill Frindle, which isn't easy to do. In fact, we must get a few tips and do it again. Here goes Kasperovich, and Trescothick glides that away down towards fine leg as Gillespie down there wearing a sun hat now, and he hurls the ball back to Trescothick, coming for the second, had to run, the bails are whipped off, he is in his ground, but he's rather sluggish there, setting off. I'm not entirely sure why there should have been a delay. I think 2 were always on there, and it goes on to 164 for 1, and Trescothick now on to 90, the first time he's entered the 90s in a test match against Australia. There was a struggle there. He was about 2 feet, I think, in his ground. He's on 90. In goes Kasevich and bowls to outside. The off stump is caught behind. He reached for that. A little outside edge. And Gilchrist took the catch in front of first slip. And Trescothick will be furious about that. He was so well set. He had batted magnificently. That was a thoroughly innocuous delivery. It was pushed across him. It was wide. He followed it. And a dejected Trescothick pulls off his gloves, tugs off his helmet, mops his brow, and heads towards us and to the England dressing rooms, raising his bat. He's getting a standing ovation. But how disappointed will he be? 90 from 102 balls. It was a lovely innings. And England have lost their second wicket with a score on 164. And Ian Bell comes out to bat at number 4.
On his home ground. He'll be in a different frame of mind here. It's familiar territory to him. He's had his first Ashes experience already. He's got that out of the way. There'll be a lot of noise going on around there again. But I don't think he'll be quite so phased this time as he clearly was at Lord's. He's seen this exhilarating start from England, so he knows that it's very playable. And these might just be the right circumstances for him.
Wonder if they'll bring Warne straight into the attack.
It's a good point. He's tormented him twice now, and once in the Test match, and also he did him fairly easily. I think the only other time they played against each other in a one-day game last year. So Warne will be itching to get on, I bet. He'll be saying to Project, come on, I want to get that. Let me have a go at him. Another wicket for me.
Well, the average is over 100, of course, in Test cricket. And in goes Kasevich and bowls to Bell, whose first ball is turned away. He's off the mark straight away. Turning that down to deep square leg. Gillespie shrugs off his sun hat, throws the ball back. And, well, everyone here, I'm sure, Warwickshire supporters, most of them, delighted that Bell is off the mark first ball. 166 for 2. He has 2. Bill.
Well, Trescothick, 102 balls for his 90. His previous highest score against Australia was 76 here 4 years ago. 2 sixes and 15 fours, and he batted 143 minutes.
But he was disappointed with the way he got out, I'm sure of that. So it was a wide, innocuous ball, and he just followed it. He'd left so many of those alone in the course of that innings. In goes Kasevich, and bowls outside the off stump, and Bell's getting 4 here. A late cut through square third man. Goes past Hayden in the gully like a rocket. And the ball boys are being kept very busy today with all these boundaries that have been struck. And that wasn't a very good ball. And Bell seized on it, hitting it down hard into the ground. And away for 4. 170 for 2. Bell has 6. And now he settles in once again. There are 2 slips and a gully as Kasevich moves in and bowls to him, and he's caught behind. Third ball. Bell has made 6. 2 4 out. And Gilchrist again took the catch there, moving to his right. And it wasn't a bad ball, it was just round about the right place. It moved away slightly off the seam. And Bell thoroughly disappointed as he becomes the second Englishman to trudge back in this same Kasevich. Over 170 for 3.
That was a better looking ball, wasn't it, than the one that got Trescothick out. It's doing what needs to be done. You just need to plug away on this pitch if you're a bowler. Kasevich is that kind of a bowler who should be able to do that. And he's turned the game round a little bit now, hasn't he? 173, got another new Test cricketer in here, albeit one who made a pretty impressive start at Lord's. Nonetheless, he's down to the inexperienced players. You've got Andrew Flintoff coming next, who's scarcely in prime form. And suddenly Australia are thinking, hang on a minute, we're not doing so badly here after all. It's cracking on at the pace, but we've got 3 people out now.
Well, that was the end of a very eventful over, with Kasevich taking 2 wickets in it, so he's now taken 2 for 51 from 10 overs. He's gone for 5 and over, but he's now picked up 2 wickets, and he's conceded 9 boundaries in those 10 overs. Vaughan is on strike on 18 not out, and he's going to face Gillespie from the city end. There are 2 slips and a gully. The sun beating down now as Gillespie comes in and bowls, and Vaughan goes studiously onto the back foot and plays that very correctly towards mid-off. It's intercepted by Langer. and there's no run. 170 for 3. Not long ago, England were 112 for no wicket, 164 for 1. So it's a little session here for Australia in this first half hour or so after lunch. Very eventful too, with the power failure that just took everything out of the ground, even the scoreboard. But that's all happily restored again, and Gillespie is on his way once more to bowl to the right-handed Vaughan. He's there, he bowls short and wide of the off stump, and Vaughan allows that to pass wide and through to Gilchrist. More of a bounce now about the Australians too. Hayden comes down for a chat to Ponting, who's standing there at second slip. Vaughan chirpy as ever, adding something there at first slip. Seeing a few replays of Bell's dismissal. Mike, any particular observation?
It didn't look a bad ball, actually. He had to play it. It was a straightish ball that just nipped away a fraction, drew him into the stroke.
Gillespie again, the large leap bowls on the off stump. Vaughan again goes back with a very high left elbow, not the one that was hitting the nets a couple of days ago. That was his right elbow. It's no mean feat, actually, to hit the right elbow of a batsman, but it's usually the left elbow of a right-handed batsman that's vulnerable. But he certainly looks in no discomfort at all. At the other end, Peterson plays all sorts of defensive strokes, imagining the ball coming down to him, which it will be soon enough, I'm sure. 170 for 3, Vaughan on 18. And with long strides, Gillespie's there. He bowls it on no ball, which is played up to cover by Vaughan. Langer fields. One more goes to England's score. 171 for 3 now. One has been a rip-roaring opening day to this second Test match. Couldn't have asked for any more, really. If you were paying your £30 or £40 or it's cost to come in here today, I think you've almost had your money's worth already.
Well, we're a third of the way through, that's all as well. It's it is remarkable the pace at which Test cricket is played these days, though, isn't it?
Well, it is. I think go out there and bat till lunch and see the shine off it. There's John Edrich and Jeff Boycott going out to bat. So on, days are long gone. 171 for 3. In comes Gillespie, and Vaughan allows that to go through outside the off stump. Well, of course, Edrich played rather more shots than Boycott, didn't he? Why did he score in that one day up at Headingley against New Zealand? Bill, John Edrich?
In the Test match of 1965, 310 not out.
There we go.
That wasn't in one day, though.
Wasn't in one day. How many scored the day?
I think he belted an awful lot of sixes that year, though, John Edrich. He suddenly started...
Yes, he did. He got the record number of boundaries in a Test innings in that one.
Gillespie pauses again, sucks in some air, and now is on his way past the umpire. He bowls one, keeps a little bit low perhaps. Vaughan goes back to meet it, and that's played back to the bowler once again. It's a little slap on the back there from Justin Langer, who's fielding at short extra cover. Again, it's been rather a battle for Gillespie today. He apparently put a better spell in at Worcester, but he's one of those tours where he just needs to get a bit of rhythm and find some line. Well, 194 he scored on that first day. Thank you, Bill. And finished 310 not out. In comes Gillespie, and Vaughan gets on as wide of the off stump, which he allows to pass through. There we go. He hit. This is John Edrich again. 5 sixes and 52 fours. That's why it's stuck out in the mind.
He hit an awful lot of sixes that year, and it was almost like it was out of character. I mean, I can remember sitting in the stand that used to be the left of the pavilion at the Oval there one day with the scorebook and watching him, and he belted this. I can see it now. He belted this thing like not quite a slog sweep now, but over long on. It came past the stand and it went out of the ground. It went bouncing down the road towards the tube station.
Really?
I promise you, it was a huge hit. Yeah, it was flattish too.
Massive forearms.
Yeah,
very strong man. Now we're going to watch Peterson, who's taking guard. There's a lot of talk out there amongst the Australians. I can hear it chatter, and they're deciding what they're going to do with this field. The problem for Ponting is that neither Kasevich nor Gillespie have really been on target today. And the way that Peterson bats, he could get away to a flyer here, it's conceivable. So he's being careful with his field. He's got a deep square leg, long leg. There's a man at backwards square leg in a catching position. 2 slips in a gully. And then orthodox run-saving positions elsewhere.
They've got to catch him early, haven't they? He gets a lot of noughts, but then when he gets going, he really stays going.
Kasevich on his way, bowls to Peterson. It's picked up. Oh, just wide of the man there at deep, short leg rather, and it's gone away for 4. But that wasn't far away for the man who was deliberately placed. It was a no ball, so in fact, even had there been a catch taken there, it wouldn't have counted. But clearly, that's something that the Australians are working on. Langer absolutely deliberately placed there. If I call him deep short leg, then I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's basically where he is.
Mid-leg. What about mid-leg?
Mid-leg. Australians would call it leg gully, but he's a little bit deeper than that still. He's there for a flick rather than a fended stroke. So Peterson for first ball. In goes Kasevich. Both are in exactly the same place, and that's worked away into the leg side. Lee can't prevent the single. And that takes Peterson to 5. 176 for 3. It's a brave tactic to bowl deliberately at a man's leg stump.
They're right up too, weren't they? Maybe looking at Yorkers. There's a theory about him, LBW, isn't there? He doing this trigger movement across the crease, so looking for that as well, maybe. It's a very deliberate field, you're right, and Ricky Ponting stood right under his nose, didn't he, and set the field.
Kasevich moves in, and Vaughan drives elegantly. That's a glorious shot. There's no better cover driver in the game than Michael Vaughan. A beautiful stroke, perfectly executed. It wasn't a half volley. It's just full enough and with enough width to drive that through the covers for 4. Another no ball, Bill. My word, that really was a lovely stroke. One that you simply have to watch on the replay. There's something about the way Vaughan plays that cover drive. It just stands him well apart from anybody else at the moment. In goes Kasevich and bowls to him. It's shorter, turned into the leg side. They'll scurry a quick single. 183 for 3. And we're in the 35th over. It's batting today has been a flurry of strokes, boundaries all over the field, a couple of 6s.
This game's gone mad, hasn't it?
That's right.
We got out at the right time, didn't we? I reckon.
Now the mid-leg fielder, as we were calling him, has now come to short mid-wicket for Peterson, who's on 5. 183 for 3. Kasevich goes running away from us again and bowls it short, and with a flourish there Peterson plays it off the back foot, but can't beat Clark at point, and there's no run. 183 for 3.
It's a bit like a Matthew Hoggard spell, this, isn't it? Because he goes for a lot of boundaries and then suddenly produces these little bursts of wickets.
Oh, he's fiddling with the field. Look, that the man who started almost taking a catch first ball has gone from backward short leg to short mid-wicket and now to short extra cover. And he's rather putting Kasevich off, I think. He's trying to work out where his fielders are. He ran in there and saw something had changed, and so decided he would take another look. He's going to start again. It's Langer who's just being moved all over the field at the moment. And now Peterson settles down again as Vaughan loosens his arms there at first slip. In goes Kasevich and bowls, and Peterson works that away from run up middle and off up to mid-on. Lee is the fielder. That's the area that Peterson can be vulnerable. He's playing slightly from offside to leg early in his innings. Anyone who does that is bound to be vulnerable if the ball cuts back a little bit, or if he plays across the line and misses it. And now another field change with a deep square leg coming up to save a single, and Langer's dropped back a bit. That short extra cover, they're changing the field every ball. In goes Kasevich, both wide outside the off stump. Peterson ignores it. 183 for 3. Reminds you of Bish and Beddy. He tinkered every ball, didn't he, with somebody moving a couple of yards here or.
I wonder what you're going to say for a minute there.
Well, the bowling doesn't resemble Bish and Beddy.
Michael Kasperovich in no way, shape or form reminds me of Bish and Beddy.
Not even with a turban on. No, the tinkering of the field.
All right, yeah.
183 for 3. Then goes Kasevich, is there. He bowls Peterson, who's back, forcing it up to extra cover. Langer fields. And that over comes to an end. 183 for 3. Peterson is on 5. Michael Vaughan 23. It's worth recapping here for people who are just joining us. England put into bat have lost Strauss after a stand of 112 with Trescothick. Strauss out for 48, who's bowled by Vaughan. There's in a stand of 52 from only 44 balls between Trescothick and Vaughan. Trescothick was out for 90. He was caught behind off Kastrovic. That was 164 for 2. He hit 15 fours and 2 sixes and faced only 102 balls. He's never scored 100 against Australia, and he missed out by 10 runs. Liam Bell hit a 2 and a 4 and was out next ball for 6. That was 170 for 3. So it's Vaughan and Peterson at the crease. Vaughan is coming into the attack. We thought he wouldn't be too far away, but that was when Bell was batting, of course. But maybe now it's to try and torture Peterson, his big buddy down there at Hampshire. And he was on 5, not out. But it'll be Vaughan who's going to face him first. Again, there are men going all over the place. The field changing every ball at the moment. There's a slip and a forward short leg. Man at short extra cover. Vaughan still fiddling.
Did he bowl at Vaughan when he first came in? Or is it the first time he's actually bowled at right-hander?
It's a question for Bill, which I'll put him in a moment. But it's Vaughan who waits for Vaughan, and with a grunt he bowls on Midland leg. It's padded back to the bowler, and there's no run. Has Vaughan faced Vaughan in this innings, Bill?
In other words, has he bowled to the right-hander yet?
2 balls before lunch, scored 1 off the second one.
Vaughan comes pacing in again and bowls, and Vaughan sweeps. He's got that away pretty fine too. Chase for Kastrovic down deep backward square leg. He'll get there with 1 run taken. 184 for 3. Billy Bowden, the umpire at the far end, wanders back into his position, having kept a low profile today for Billy. We haven't seen much of him. He signalled a 6 with a bit of a flourish and a wave of the right foot when Trescothick hit Vaughan over his head. But otherwise, the New Zealander somewhat becalmed. He's in test match mode. He does have 2 modes, Bowden, one-day mode and test mode. And he's been quite reserved so far today. Now then, there are 3 men around the bat. Peterson's going to face Vaughan for the first time. And Vaughan comes striding in from that far end. He's there, he bowls, and Peterson, gets an edge there. It runs past the short leg fieldsman down to deep backward square leg. So he gets up to the far end. Vaughan looks disgusted, of course. Was that a googly that Peterson didn't spot, or did he simply go at it a little bit hard, I wonder, with his bat, pushing at it? And
fizzed off the inside edge, didn't it?
Yep.
I wonder if he's got something in his boxer tricks he hasn't shown Peterson yet, you know, that all the time they've had at Hampshire so far.
There's Vaughan again, a slower one, which they're counting catch it, which Katic does. But umpire Bowden should know it came off the middle of Vaughan's pad, I think. 185 for 3. Vaughan just believes he's capable of taking a wicket every ball. He appeals all the time. That wasn't too far away, but it was far away enough, and that was a good decision by Billy Bowden. 185 for 3. Vaughan strides in again. He's there. He bowls a flatter one. Vaughan is forward, playing up to short extra cover. And there's no run. 185 for 3. Vaughan settles in again. In comes Vaughan. He's there. He bowls a slower one. Vaughan is forward to it, padding it away. Picked up by Katic, walking round from forward short leg. The over ends 185 for 3. Trescothick 90, Strauss 48 and Bell 6. The men dismissed. More from Mike Selvey and then Jim Maxwell.
I think the catch that wasn't there that they were appealing for wasn't so much for a bat pad catch as perhaps the rebound from the pad forwards just clipping the glove, because it did bounce up. I don't think it did actually flick the glove, but it certainly wasn't very far away from it. Vaughan looking menacing in that over. A lot of variety. Seems that he's a bowler who doesn't have too many deliveries that he wants to bowl. He basically bowls his leg break, and he bowls this slider that everybody's come to know now, which is basically a slow straight ball, but it's the variation. But the variations within the leg break are just astounding. The ability to impart different degrees of spin, so some will turn sharply, others not quite so sharply. He's a wonderful bowler to watch. It's an education watching him.
Yes, and watching him operating today, one would have thought perhaps his powers maybe just deserting him for a while, but then he came back and bowled Strauss just at the point when England looked like storming into lunch at none down. He bowled him with a quicker leg break that Strauss tried to force to the offside, and it went between bat and pad and hit the off stump. Trescothick, since lunch, caught on the washing line, just hanging it a bit. Gilchrist took the outside edge from Kasparovich. He made 90, his highest score against Australia, and Bell caught behind for just 6 from Kasparovich. Gillespie's bowling just wide of the off stump, and no ball. They got no ballitis. Now, Bill, tell me, how many no balls has Kasparovich bowled at this end? From one of them, a catch was taken. 7.
Gillespie's bowled 1 from each end, and Lee 2 from this end.
Well, that's
so only 1 no ball signalled by the New Zealander.
It does make you wonder why they go to all the effort of getting tape measures out there and putting marks on the ground. I don't know, is it a downhill run from this pavilion end? Well, what is it that makes them a step over? Henry, you'd know.
No, it's not downhill from this end. No. They're always up there teasing that front line with the heel rather than the toe.
Gillespie bowls, and he misses off the thick inside edge. He was trying to force down the ground, Peterson, and came back on him, and he wasn't quite over the line of it, and it went towards mid-wicket, and Cattage at 3 for 186. Peterson 6, and Vaughan on 24. In goes Gillespie, short, and it's hit high down towards long leg. He should be caught by Lee, who's under it, and he takes the catch. Lee's taken the catch, a top edge stroke, and it soared into the air almost up towards the dirigible, and down it came. And it came with some weights on it, and Lee got under it right on the line. It only needed a bit more way on it to carry the line, and Lee positioned himself and judged it superbly. Gillespie picks up the wicket of Michael Vaughan, and England have gone from a position of apparent strength at 1 for 164 to be looking a bit giddy at 4 for 187. Vaughan departs for 24.
And Brett Lee may have got giddy being underneath it. That was as high as I've seen a hook shot hit. Much of it was top edge, and with a breeze blowing across the ground and down towards fine leg, I thought for a moment it was going to drift over the boundary. And Michael Vaughan, who looked in absolute terrific touch, the best we've seen him for some time, almost astonishingly gets out and playing the hook shot. He's been driving brilliantly and avoiding the hook shot, and the Australians have not given him many to play that shot on. He does fancy it. He's a good puller in front of square leg, but that was a genuine top edge, and perhaps surprised that Gillespie had banged one in, and he had to play the hook shot. And a 37 from Vaughan, which is as good as a 37 you'll see. However, the skipper's on his way, and England have crashed from no wicket for 152 to 187 for 4.
He got off the mark with a miscue over mid-off to the boundary. From the city end, Warren bowls again. Flintoff forward, plays it quietly towards Cattage, who's the under the noser on the onside. Ponting's there on the offside. Hayden's at slip. Backward point, the cover point, big gap around to mid-off. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Shane Warne, the mesmeriser. He bowls a ball that's pushed away by Flintoff from the line of the pads, the straight honour. And it goes quietly out towards mid-wicket where Martin is fielding. The old cat and mouse are going on here. Who's going to jump next? Big hit from Flintoff. Warren bowls now. Flintoff forward again, and the ball goes from the pad around the corner. It was threatening to come back near the leg stump, and they'll go back for 2. Let's wait on Billy Bowden. Runs or leg buys? He got a bat on it at the last moment, and it edged past the line of the leg stump. He moves to 6, 4 for 195.
And you just sense Flintoff fight against his his natural inclination to go after the bowling as well. And he was criticised for the way he played Warne, perhaps with some impetuosity at Lords. He really has got the head down at the moment, particularly since he got off the mark with that very risky shot over mid-off, but seems more intent on defence, getting forward to Warne and covering anything that he's got going for him, the spin, all the straight stuff.
Warne's in again. Flintoff on the back foot, forces the ball hard to wide mid-on, and Lee dives to stop it, and they take a single as he made a little fumble and then regathered. So Flintoff 7, Peterson 9. Two batsmen who love to attack. They can almost outdo each other. So it'll be interesting to see if they can form a partnership with them. Martin now sent out to deep mid-wicket, where he caught Peterson at Lords. Warne bowls. Peterson drives and drives handsomely towards wideish mid-off and Kasparovich for a single. And throws high towards Gilchrist to complete the over. Billy Bowden's thirsty. He wants a drink. They're all having a drink. You might want to get a cup of tea if you're listening somewhere or other, or maybe something stronger if you're concerned that England have all of a sudden gone from a position of strength to some vulnerability. 4 for 197 with 10 on the board there for Peterson, 7 for Flintoff, and that's the situation with drinks on the field. And after some more from Henry, it'll be Henry to come in and join you.
Oh, well, thanks, James. Well, it's been a wonderful hour's cricket to back up some terrific batting in the first session by England, and when you get 132 for 1 in a session after being sent in, you'd be very pleased with your position, and so they should have been. Marcus Trescothick in particular was in wonderful form and seemed quite a shock when he was out, just edging one. It did seem they pitched middle to me, and he had to play at it and did follow it. But sometimes when you're seeing the ball very well, that's when you catch up with those balls that do move a long way. And he got that edge through to Adam Gilchrist. And from that time, Ian Bell fell in the same over. And then Michael Vaughan hooking high, a very good catch at fine leg. So the game has changed. Halfway through the first day, we've already had 197 runs in just 40 overs for 4 wickets. Henry Blofeld, it has been exciting Test match cricket.
You just simply couldn't wish for anything more. I think from England's point of view, I think it's been almost sadder than what happened at Lords in a funny way. I mean, particularly in the first innings. I mean, they got such a wonderful start today, and then carelessness, lack of concentration, I don't know what. I mean, one felt that Trescothick, Vaughan and Bell's dismissals were all avoidable, and I suppose Bell one has to feel a little bit more sorry for in that he'd only just come in, and having played a cut just behind square for 4, he then got a very good one, which I think he had to play, and left him just a fraction, didn't it? And it was too good for him. He got a nick. But a great deal depends on what's going to happen now, and it's fascinating because we know beyond doubt, I think, that Peterson can handle himself in this company. Flintoff has never handled himself against Australia. He said this was only his second opportunity of doing so. At the moment, he looks in terrible nick, but he's a very determined cricketer, and we could be in for a great deal of fun from England's point of view if these two survive for until after tea. On the other hand, if one of them is to go now, and if I had to put my money on which one would go first, it would be on Flintoff, because he's looking most unhappy. But I dare say many of the fine innings in cricket have been played by batsmen who have struggled over their first 20 or 30 minutes. Some very fine players have been bad starters, and Flintoff is at the moment finding that aspect of it rather difficult.
Well, and sometimes the key to becoming a good player is knowing how to get through the difficult periods. And Warne's still bowling well here. And he's changing his flight and his trajectory and the amount of spin he's putting on it. And Flintoff, I think, and to his credit, has decided, well, try and get forward as much as I can, cover everything he's got. I don't care what I look like. What I need to do is survive, get through this difficult period, and then, as you say, after tea, that's the time to really flourish. And if these two do get going, we could see another flurry of runs, and England could make 380 or whatever in a day's play, but they have to get through this difficult period right now.
Indeed. It's Gillespie starting in now to bowl to Peterson. He's there. He bowls. Peterson just stands in the crease, stands up, plays that out into the covers, and Langer fields, returns to Gilchrist, and there's no run. There's somebody walking on the top of the RES Wyatt stand. I think he's been sitting with the press photographers, and he's obviously a man. He's got a paper in his hand. I don't know whether he's going to file something, get himself a drink or whatever. Anyway, he's climbed down the stairs now. It's looking lovely, plenty of blue sky, the clouds there are high, and here is Gillespie from the pavilion end in, bowls to Peterson, outside the off stump. Peterson leaves it alone. There's a yell of "ah" from someone out there, which indicates that it was quite close to the off stump, but I don't think quite as close as all that. And Peterson at the moment, and this is almost certainly tempting Providence, Peterson at the moment playing very sensibly.
Very similar to how he started at Lord's, when he was at the crease under pressure very early on, and he's watchful. He's giving due respect to a good delivery, and that's all you can ask of a batsman in this situation.
Well, absolutely. Although Peterson has got a history of many noughts behind him, he's not looking that way inclined today. Gillespie bowls outside the off stump again. He plays no joke. Looks quickly behind him because Gilchrist for once doesn't take it cleanly, and I think he was sort of sensing that there might have somewhere been a bye, but in point of fact the ball just fell out of Gilchrist's gloves at his feet, and he was very quick to retrieve it. The ground absolutely packed. All those corporate hospitality seats that were empty after lunch have been filled. Many of stewards around the ground in their yellowy green day-glow jackets. And Edgerton looking a picture. It's always a lovely ground, this. But the RES Wyatt stand, the big stand at the city end, has really completed the circle. And here comes Gillespie in short, and that's pulled away there by Peterson. That's the most emphatic 4 runs. It's fielded there by one of those ball boys at deep square leg. It was short, it asked for it. You don't bowl long hops like that at Kevin Peterson and get away with it. He goes to 14. It's 200, the 200's up, 201 for 4.
I think you're quite right. It was more a long hop than a bouncer. If you want to get the ball up head high, it's got to be halfway down the pitch at least, and that will challenge Peterson, not the ball that gets up waist high.
And Gillespie again in bowls Peterson, and it's short. Peterson onto the back foot, plays it back down the pitch. Gillespie reaches for it, doesn't get to it, and it goes down, picked up there at mid-on by Kasparovich, and nothing is done. 201 for 4. The men out. Trescothick caught Gilchrist, bowled Kasparovich for 90, his highest score against Australia. Strauss bowled Warne 48. They put on 112 for the first wicket, the highest for England against Australia on this ground. Vaughan caught Lee, bowled Gillespie 24, and Bell caught Gilchrist, bowled Kasparovich 6. And here comes Gillespie again. It's outside the off stump, and Flintoff shoulders arms with and holds the poise, not quite a la Courtney Walsh, but if those who know what Courtney Walsh looks like and he shoulders arms will know a bit what I mean. 201 for 4 at the end of the over. I said it's Flintoff, in fact it was Peterson. Peterson's got 14, Flintoff has 7.
Honours to Kevin Peterson in that over. There was 5 really good deliveries, good length, just outside off stump, on off stump, and 1 attempted challenge of the batsman, but it was more a long hop rather than a bouncer, and Peterson dealt with it rather efficiently. And if he continues to play exactly in that mode, you've got to think he's going to have a long time at the crease. If he has a long time at the crease, he'll be quite a few. At the other end, Freddie Flintoff has got challenges of his own against Shane Warne.
Well, yes, we got 3 men round the bat, slip, silly point, forward, short leg. And here comes Warne again, this walk up to the wicket. He's there now, he bowls. Flintoff's forward, that one turned, it went past the outside edge through to Gilchrist, and there was no run. I'm not certain that Jeff Boycott's advice oughtn't to be followed by Flintoff now. I think Boycott, if asked where the best way to play Warne at the moment would be, he would say from the other
end.
From the other end, yes.
And that one turned and bounced. The first ball we've really seen turn.
Pigeon flops across the proceedings. Not many birds around today. And here comes Warne again, bowls. Flintoff's forward, down the leg side, well taken by Gilchrist, who whips off a leg bail, taking a precaution that Flintoff might overbalance. He doesn't. And very politely, Gilchrist picks the bail up and replaces it, saving umpire Kurtzin from an unnecessary journey. And Warne it is, in now, bowls to Flintoff. Flintoff comes forward, plays that with no certainty at all, and the ball just trickles out on the onside, and Martin from mid-wicket runs across in front of mid-on and picks up. 201 for 4, England, and not a particularly Impressive score considering they were 164 for 1. And here comes Warren again, bowls to Flintoff. Flintoff drives, and that was in the air, but it's gone away for 4 runs. And there was a great, terrific goalkeeper-like leap by Martin there at mid-wicket. He couldn't get to it, and it went away into the crowd in the very far distance over in the left-hand corner of the ground, and make Flintoff feel better. It was well up to him, he hit it well. But again, it was a little bit close to the fielder. He's got 11 now. It's 205 for 4, and Warren is in again up to the wicket, bowls to Flintoff. Flintoff lunges forward. You feel there's desperate uncertainty in that lunge, don't you?
Well, and it followed that risky boundary before. It was well struck, but gee, catchable high just wide of Martin at mid-wicket, and then perhaps Flintoff realised it was a risky stroke, and then he goes back into his shell, and the lunge appears just to try and get something on the bat.
Here's Warren again, bowls to him, and he has his time, he drives, he opens his shoulders, and he's got away with it. It's gone away, I think, for 6. Yes, it has. He really hit that. That's the Flintoff that the crowd here will love. And of course the crowd at Old Trafford, where the next test is played, know so well. It was well up to him, it was a flighted ball, he hit it, and he'll feel much better for that, because that was out of the middle of the bat. It was the old Flintoff, and he's having a chat with Peterson, and goodness me, he might be feeling he'd almost allow himself a smile. He's 17, Peterson's 14, it's 211 for 4.
Yeah, well struck, and Flintoff is known for this sort of aggression. I don't think he quite got it at the right trajectory. Went very high. It wasn't a lorry long hit, and lobbed over that shortish boundary. All these ropes they bring in these days, not that hard to hit a 60 on there, but that's the right aggression Flintoff's got to show. If he wants to play a big shot, make sure it's the right shot. Don't try to hit it against the spin or try to hit it inside out. Just hit it through the line and hit it hard. And
just go through with the stroke. Don't suddenly check.
He wasn't quite to the pitch there, that's why it went high, but you're right. He went through the shot, and there's no one out there on the boundary to defend that sort of stroke.
And it's Gillespie once more. He's in now. He goes. Peterson goes on the back foot, hammers through the covers off the back, 4 runs. That was a lovely stroke. It found the gap between cover and extra, and there was no one could do anything about that. Clark chased it back and fetched it. And Flintoff plays that stroke so well. He had not much room in which to move to position himself, but he hit it beautifully out of the middle of the bat. He's 18. It's 215 for 4.
Yeah, the outfield's quick these days.
It is, isn't it?
That raced across there.
Didn't it? It really did. It timed beautifully. Gillespie it is. In now to Peterson. He's there. It's short. Peterson just gets in behind it, playing it back, really off the front foot, I suppose. But it was dug in just a little bit shorter, and it was Gillespie himself in his follow-through who fielded. Well, we've seen in the last 2 overs, the last 3 or 4 balls, these 2 batsmen at something like that, well, not quite at their best, Flintoff's case, but a 6 over mid-wicket off Warren, and now a beautiful stroke there off the back foot by Peterson against Gillespie, going away for 4. And here is Gillespie again, in to bowl to Peterson. He's up the wicket, he bowls. Peterson is forward driving down to mid-off, and there's no run there. Martin, the fielder, 215 for 4. Can we have a look at the bowling? Sorry, Bill, I didn't write. Lee, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. Gillespie, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 45. Kasparich, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 63. And Warren, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 60. Sorry, Bill, I didn't realise you were doing something with the bowling figures. And Kasparich it is. Gillespie, I'd rather it is. He's in, he bowls, and Peterson drives off the front foot, and it's going away towards the cover boundary. It's going to be pulled back by Clark. He does about 3 or 4 yards in from the boundary, and the throw comes back, and that's just a couple of runs there to Peterson. He goes to 20. It's 217 for 4, and Gillespie looking rather weary, as though it's been quite a hard day's work, as he walks back to his mark, receives the ball from Martin there at mid-off. And he's quite a tall man, Gillespie, unmistakable flowing hair with quite a small beard, a little goatee beard. And here he is again, running in past umpire Kurtz, and he's there. He bowls Peterson, who comes onto the front foot and times that quite well. Hits it straight to Langer in the covers, and there is no run.
And you sense at the moment that Peterson's past that early jittery phase with so many failures. He's now starting to get the big front foot stride in, and really presents the full face of the bat to the bowler. It's starting to look like Peterson's in form and sort of form we saw him at Lord's.
Yes, it's a very interesting piece of cricket, this. These two, from England's point of view, really must stay together until tea. Australia desperately need to dismiss one of them. And here is Gillespie again. Peterson works this one away. It was an extraordinary stroke, wide of mid-on. Lee had absolutely no chance at all. That was, no backlift at all. He just flicked it away, wide of mid-on. It absolutely raced across the ground. It takes him to 24, and it's 221 for 4 now. And 20 runs have come off the last 2 overs.
And there's nothing quite so disheartening to a bowler, particularly a faster bowler, when he comes in, bowls a pretty good ball, off stump, good length, and you expect, well, you might expect a wicket off, you might expect a dot ball at worst, and the batsman just cruises it past mid-on for 4, and that was an extraordinary shot. That was a shot of an absolutely top-level player. That was...
Well, the toss took place a few minutes ago. It was won by Ricky Ponting.
I'm going to have a bowl this morning. Quite overcast in the morning, and believe it's going to be that way for most of the day today. Wicket looks okay. There should still be a little bit of moisture there, so hopefully our bowlers can exploit some of that movement this morning.
But not Glenn McGrath now. What's happened there?
Yeah, he's just rolled his ankle in a warm-up, unfortunately, and it doesn't look too good for him at the moment, so we're just going to have to check him out through the course of the day and see how he pulls up. But Michael Kasperowicz comes back into the side. He bowled beautifully in the tour game through the week down at Worcester, and I'm sure he'll do a good job for us again today.
Was it one of those injuries that the old-timers will say, God, they're mad throwing those balls around, and Dave used to go up and just loosen up a little bit, and that this sort of accident was bound to happen sometime?
I think he tried on a cricket ball, actually. That can't be helped. You know, we've got fielding drills and apparatus set up all over the place, and accidents happen in this game, as we know. So bad luck for him, but I'm sure the rest of the guys will put their hand up and do a good job.
And quietly confident, I guess, sums you up, is it?
Oh, look, we know that if we perform at a certain level, then we'll be competitive. That's all we've got to worry about. We've just got to get out there and do the basics of the game well, and if we do that with our talent, we should be right in the contest.
Good luck, Ricky. Thanks. So let's move on to Michael. So you're batting first. What would you have done if you won the toss, Michael?
No, we were going to have a bat anyway, so we're each doing what we wanted to do. It's there's obviously going to be a little bit in it because it's a little bit damp, but it's not a lot of grass there, so over the few days, and it's good forecast come Friday afternoon right through to the weekend. So Edgbaston wicket last year deteriorated, so hopefully this one will do the same. We
just heard Ricky Ponting telling us about Glenn McGrath is out. You're still smiling.
Well, it's obviously disappointing for Glenn McGrath. He's a world-class performer. The sniper tried to get me at Edgbaston on Tuesday, and I've recovered, but if you receive something like that on the morning of the game, it's disappointing. Unlucky for him, but we're just trying to look after our own performance.
And what particularly are you looking to improve since Lord's, Michael?
Well, I thought we started very, very well. In the first day and a half I thought we were good, and then Australia got on top of us, and we just let it slip on Saturday morning in the field a little bit. We created opportunities in the field, which is a huge positive. They bowled extremely well on the wicket. We've just got to improve all our areas by about 20%. If we could do that, we can put them under a lot of pressure this week.
And no change to the batting order? Bell 4, Peterson 5?
Yeah, exactly the same batting order, the same team, so hopefully a little bit of a better performance, but let's go out and enjoy the game.
Better luck. Good luck to you, Michael. So Michael Vaughan talking to me a few minutes ago. Glenn McGrath out of the game. That really is the hot news here on a rather chilly morning at Edgbaston. It's overcast. Mike Selvey and I are standing out here just 20 metres or so away from the pitch with a good crowd coming in. And Michael, that really is extraordinary news, isn't it? It's normally England who have a fast bowler carried off in a wheelbarrow just before the start of a game.
Very English thing to do, isn't it? 2 weeks too late, I think, actually. It's unfortunate, of course. It's unfortunate for Australia. It's unfortunate for the series. I don't think they'll miss him quite as much here as they would have done at Lord's, where he's a very, very special bowler. The fellow that's come in I reckon is going to be an ideal bowler for these conditions, which is going to be a little bit slower than Lord's. I think you're going to need bowlers who are a little bit on the side of fullness in length rather than back of a length, and I think he's that kind of bowler. They may inadvertently have actually hit on quite a good combination.
The umpires are coming up past us. Billy Bowden, good morning, Billy. A little wave there, thank you. And Rudy Kurtzen, good to see them here. And the players were coming out in a moment. That toss is interesting, isn't it? And that Michael Vaughan said he'd have batted first anyway. Yeah,
I'm in agreement with him too. I don't think batting will be easy first up. It's still a bit overcast. The sun's trying to break through. It's a bit chilly. The pitch is greened up a little bit, but there's hardly any grass on it. It might dent a little bit. It'll be uneven later on in the match. I think they've got to be prepared to guts it out until lunch, maybe a little bit of early dampness, a little bit of early movement, and get the benefits of that later on.
Well, the Australians are being led out right behind us here. Michael, Ricky Ponting, who won the toss today. He has no Glenn McGrath on his side, but out he goes, running past us now with Adam Gilchrist in hot pursuit. and they look very fired up, the Australians, certainly quietly confident. We heard from Ricky Ponting yesterday. There's Michael Kasevich, who only an hour or so ago, I imagine, thought that he was carrying the drinks. While they go past us, and here come England's openers too, Andrew Strauss and Marcus Trescothick. Let's quickly go over to John Ketley in the Weather Centre and see what we can expect over the next few days. John?
Yes, morning, Aggies. Well, obviously it looks like a pretty decent morning to be bowling, you would think, but as Mike Selby just said then, there is some hope of some brightness coming through, I think, for a time this morning. Certainly the morning will be the brightest part of the day. You may not think so at the moment. It's hardly high summer. Temperature's 16 degrees and probably 19 will just about sum it up this afternoon. The bad news is really for anybody at Edgbaston today is that the cloud will thicken again in the latter part of the afternoon, and certainly for this evening I think there will be some sprinkles of rain coming across. I really wouldn't expect a full day's play today, but no great weight of rain. Most of the heavy rain at the moment stuck over Ireland, and let's hope it remains over there as well. But there will be some sprinkles of rain in the second half of the day, and then some wetter weather coming through tonight, I guess. So I think that rain is going to possibly delay things first thing tomorrow morning, but once that's gone I'm quite hopeful for the rest of the match that we'll see a fair amount of dry and bright weather. Never particularly warm, I've got to say. Temperatures might just about reach 21 degrees, but I think most of the rain will be in the first 24 hours.
Lovely, thanks John very much indeed for that encouraging forecast. I'll leave the field. The players are all out there now with I see Brett Lee loosening up to bowl the first over. Australia having won the toss and put England into bat. They're without Glenn McGrath, who twisted his ankle. He's in hospital having a precautionary x-ray at the moment, and let's hope that news isn't too bad, but he is definitely out of this test match. So we're all set, and an excellent crowd in their seats, and in his seat already in the commentary box it's Henry Blofeld. Morning, Blowers.
Good morning, everything. Good morning, listeners everywhere. Well, it's, as you've heard, slightly overcast, but I think the clouds have drifted away a bit since we've got here. A big blow for Australia losing Glenn McGrath like that. What an unlucky thing to happen. And I have sitting beside me a former Australian fast bowler, Jeff Lawson, known as Henry, after Henry Lawson, the Australian poet. Good morning, everything.
Good morning, Henry.
It's Henry to Henry, so I hope that's not going to confuse listeners. It may very well do. But we don't talk with quite the same accent, so maybe it'll give you a hint.
Similar, but not exactly the same.
Similar, but not exact. Absolutely right. Well, it's going to be Trescothick who's going to face the first ball, as always, and Brett.
That's a boundary. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm going to boundary now. Faisal bhai, scorer ready? Scorer ready. Scorer ready. Ready here. Good batting.
Tariq Hussain.
Good job. Well played, boy. Batting, good batting. Nice bowling, nice bowling. Nicely played, 4 runs. Shabash, boy. Batting, boy. Was that a 4? Shot. Five, that's a 4. Scoring here. Edike umpire. Good batting, Jubu. Get him this ball. Batting. তালিম খুব চোখে লাগে।
Because if we have students like Modu, then trainer will be humiliated.
No. Trainer will be like, okay, that is my
Yeah, we don't study, so we study. He will say, oh,
আর ওইখানে কিছু যা আছে আফ্রিকান আছে ওরা নাকি এত রাফ আমরা তো ফিজিক্যালি খুবই উইক বাংলাদেশিরা ফিজিক্যালি খুবই উইক কারণ একমাত্র বাঙালিরাই হচ্ছে বাড়ি কিনবো গাড়ি কিনবো বাচ্চাদের বিয়া দিব চাকরি ভিতরে দেখে আর করে চল করতে আপনাকে না করতেছে করেন না সবাইকে আমার মুখে সামনে আমি স্কোর আসেন ভাই এই যে
good call, guys.
আপনি এখন ভাবেন আপনি এই বল করতে হবে মানুষ যায় এখন বাড়ি গেলে বাঙালি বাড়ি গেলে কি পারে আপনি ভাবেন যে আফ্রিকান যারা এই লম্বা চূড়া আছে কিংবা মিডল ইস্টার্নরা আছে ইউরোপিয়ানরা আছে এদের সাথে কি অবস্থা হয় আমরা তো খাই এই জন্য
Run আসতেছে Good running, boys. Last over, right? Milan Kumar. Take the ball, brother. গুড ব্যাটিং ভাইয়া এইভাবে ব্যাপার না ওইখানে থাক
এ শুভ ভাই এটা 6 হয় 4 কেন
থাক দে না 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 শাবাশ শাবাশ শুভ ভাই গুড ব্যাটিং Good running, boys. Good running. এটাই সাকিব এটাই খেলা ভাইয়া এটাই খেলা দরকার নাই রেস্ট নেই অনেক বল করছস যাইতো না ঘাস কাটে নাই টায়ার্ড হইস না পানি খেলো টাইম নেই সমস্যা নাই স্কোর কত হলো ভাই স্কোর 39 ছয় মাসে
কভার খুলে তো লাভ নাই না ফ্রি তো যখন সেবা না না যদি সেবা না আচ্ছা করে যান আমরা বলে পরেরটা পরে যান
One more wicket. Here you go. Out of 3, 1 gone. 2 more to go, boy. Playing for 10 wickets. Ball check.
One to go. One to go. One to go.
পার্টনারশিপ করতে হবে পার্টনারশিপ সাকিব লেগে গেল বয়সটা নাকি এই ক্রসটা করলে দেন থাক কোনো সমস্যা নেই Jalal.
Bowler change, bowler change.
Yes.
Hey, Sami bhai, ekta normal water badao thanda.
Normal thanda pani padate bolu.
Normal water, normal water. Normal water thanda mani buji nai. Normal water de. Dora dora. Matar diko matar. Are,
Outside the pitch.
Shakib. Catch it. Good catch. Run out of it. That's your victory, boy. That's your victory. It's not easy to hit, boy. It's not easy. Come on now, boy.
Partnership লাগবে শাকিব।
Catch coming, guys. Catch coming. Okay. Catch it.
শাকিব থাকতে হবে। শাকিব থাকতে হবে ভাইয়া, থাকতে হবে।
Nice bowling, sir.
Batting boy.
Bowling, Jalal. Very good ball.
Lovely bowling, Jalal bhai.
Pad change করেন pad. Go white.
গেম রান হয়ে গেছে খেলো ভাইয়া 60 হয়ে গেছে রান 50
Hey,
Gap shot. Bodu, you have to stay, boy. Stay. Stay there. Stay there. shot, Sami bhai. Well shot. 80.
Let's get the overdone, guys. Come on.